Okay, and we are live. I'm coming in a little bit early just to make sure everything is on track. And it looks like, yes, Alexander is here. Okay, this is great because I'm due to be on at 9:10, but I'm coming in just a little bit early to make sure everything's going okay. Hello, Alexander. Thanks for coming. I had the worst time with my phone this week. I was really worried that I was going to have to call this off and not even be able to come on and not even have anybody, not even be able to tell anybody that I'm not coming on because my phone just went out without being able to be charged. And so there's a long story about that. There's a long story about that. We do have a new phone coming. Uh, so I'm going to have to lay out some money for that. But we do have a new phone coming on Tuesday. So some things should be better after that. But boy, I got this really long runaround. Finally got to the right person. I'll tell that story at some point. I just want to make sure everybody's ready for Alexander. Hello, I'm Deocean, and this is Deocean's Deep Woo. And it's been a really interesting week. Weekend, a few days. Oh, yeah, been interesting. So tonight, I promised you Alexander, and it looks like he did make it. Wait a minute. And he is backstage. So let me bring him forward here. Alexander, you know him, you love him. He's great with numbers. And we're going to hear all about it. Thank you for coming. And, I was kind of worried it wasn't going to work out tonight, but it did. So I managed to get the old phone to charge a bit. So I've got it plugged in and let's hope it stays for through this. But if not, I do have a backup plan. So okay. I guess it wouldn't be the Ocean's Deep Blue if we didn't have some of these kind of things happening from time to time. Okay, Alexander, so your particular kind of numerology that you do, what do you call it?
Just base numerology, because you have gematria, but how they count the break the letters to the numbers are different the way they do it in numerology. In numerology, we use Pythagorean table. It goes from 1 till 9. That's a cycle. Every cycle is 1 till 9. And above that, you have master number, but that's just the high vibration, for example, of the 2. The high vibration of the 2 will be an 11. The higher vibration of the 4 will be a 22. The higher vibration of the 6 will be a 33, and 8 would be a 44. So those are considered master number. But in Gematria, they break down from the alphabet from 1 to Z, and it does keep going up. So it doesn't stop at 9. They continue 10, 11. Each number has their own number. For example, Q will be number 17. So yeah, numerology is different, but numerology dates back a long time because now they're using it in the Western civilization, but they were using it thousands of years ago in India and with the Sanskrit, and before that they were using also in Egypt. So before Egypt, I don't know where they got it from, but yeah, it seems to be
Atlantis, probably.
probably Atlantis or
My
Lemuria.
guess.
Yes,
Lemuria,
yeah,
maybe.
yeah, would be
Oh,
Atlantis. Or
and I'm
yeah,
going to
go ahead.
do a quick call out before we really get into it to see who's here. And I want to thank everybody for coming because it would really considering the way things have been going this week. And Kimba, thank you for coming. Alexander, really thank you for coming. It's a good thing we had this all arranged. I guess that message I sent you did was stayed a draft instead of going out to you at first. Jason, Pam I am is in here. Linda Bennett, Rebecca Broom, and Mark the Arc Spark are all in, and they're waiting with bated breath. Take those worms out of your mouth. That isn't healthy. Bated breath. Get it? Okay, it's supposed to be funny. It doesn't have to be. Don't hurt me.
Lol.
Okay. Yeah. Alexander's like, this woman's crazy. What am I doing here?
Nah,
Oh,
that's all good. I know people from
oh.
different backgrounds. I put it that way.
Who's in here? Oh, Rebecca. No, it's Pam. It's Pam I am. Yeah.
Oh,
Pam.
hey,
Pam I am is coming in. Hello, Pam. Hi, and she's going to help me run the show because I have a guest. Isn't that nice of Pam? Everybody give her a hand. Um, we're actually, give us a like. We're working hard for you. Okay, Alexander, it's interesting. You have, I try to laugh about everything. I mean, honestly, it's the only way I get through some of this.
well, laughter is the best medicine,
Right. I just make fun of every darn thing. So, um, last week we got into this a little bit, talking a little bit about it, and then I thought, geez, I can't hardly wait until Sunday when we hear more about all of this. And now that we've done our call outs, oh, hang on. I did a, I screwed up. I have to do the intro. Let me play the intro and let people file in a little bit more, and then we'll really get into this, okay? And
all
then
right,
you can tell us all about how you got into this.
all right.
Okay, hang on. Very professional. Hey, we're back. And Alexander, um, how in the heck did you first decide that you wanted to look into the meaning of numbers and numerology?
Well, I think it started um, in 2013, 14, yeah, around that time. Around that time, because right before that, I was living in the Netherlands. I went to study for my Bachelor of Science and Technology in Sustainable Energy. And then I found out with the global warming, it was not what we're being told. And that was in 2010. And afterwards, I had an awakening there in the Netherlands, found out about the reptilians, the Vatican, and all that. And then 2013, I came back to Aruba, and then I started seeing a lot of angel numbers popping up, and it became a lot that I'm like, okay, this is not a coincidence. So I went to look into it, and I found out I wasn't the only one seeing those numbers into the 1111, 222, 333. There were more people. And from there, I got into numerology, um, calculated my own life path number, and I see, oh, it matched. And from there, I started going, doing the life path number of the people around me, and I saw it matched too. Um, so from there, I started doing more with the people around me with the life path number, and I went deeper into numerology. And yeah, in numerology, it seems to correlate, although we're on the Gregorian calendar, and you have Ethiopia, they have their own calendar, and China has their own calendar, the Mayan also. But with the numerology, it correlates, all the numbers correlate with the Gregorian calendar. So yeah, from there I started going deeper into doing reading for people, and always it matched. And it seems like every path has their correlate with all of them. For example, my cousins are like 37. That goes to a one, so they're life path one. And with the life path one, you have to learn to be independent, striving for your own desire to be fully on your own. Um, but what I see with that number is um, they one thing they have to overcome to be independent and not codependent. And a lot of all of them, all the people I know with the 37 have the same problem. So it has a correlation with it. And from there,
With which number?
the life path one, life path one. If I
Life
go with,
Path 1.
yeah, life path one is the pioneer, the leader, the innovator, the one that makes a new way, come with something new. There, uh, um,
Ah,
Nikola Tesla was a life path one, and he was a
ah,
great inventor.
and he
So,
also had a heck of a life, yeah. Heck of a
oh
rough
yeah,
life.
yeah, but his knowledge, his research continue on now. More and more people are starting to uncover who he was because, for example, when I went to study sustainable energy, with electricity also, they didn't talk much about them, and he is one of the foundation in yeah, electrical engineering um, devices. So yeah, so no, then I found out it correlates, and not a lot of people doing it, and I found like yeah, just giving it for me, numerology is a guidance, same as astrology. There's a different perspective. They read planets, I read numbers. Numbers doesn't lie, and astrologers say planets doesn't lie either. So yeah, from there I saw it correlates, and I love. Then I decided to go to, with the people around me, and also on stream, and to give people more advice, more details, a perspective that they didn't have of the numbers. That the CEO, the numbers have truth to it, you know. And last time we were on the stream with you, we talked about the house number, which also is, I found out each house has like a portal due to the number, and it correlates to with you too, with your life and what you do and the stages you are with the healing and being independent, striving for something new. So yeah, the number correlates. Yeah. So it's interesting. I found the number very interesting how it correlates, and that each person, if you go deep into numerology, a lot of people will, yeah, don't think that is possible, but it, every one of us choose our life path. We choose our lessons. We choose our parents. We choose where we want to be born. For our spiritual growth and experience on this planet, it was all planned before. um, and that's what I got in the numerology, and it resonates. And now been watching a lot of near-death experience stories, and what they're saying it correlates also with the numerology. So it's very interesting. And yeah, this
Well,
year, oh yeah, go ahead.
well, it goes well with tarot and all kinds of other things too. I mean, there's a rhythm to the universe, apparently, to this matrix anyway, and um, numbers is very big in astrology, so it's no surprise that it would go with astrology. And so I can't see why they wouldn't. But it does go it does go to prove that these disciplines are not jokes, okay? There's veracity to them.
Yeah,
We're not blowing smoke, so to speak.
yeah. There's a saying that millionaires doesn't study astrology. Billionaires do.
Mm. Oh,
With
and
the
by
time,
the way, Scotty Boy came in. Hi, Scotty Boy, and um, Gemini Moon came in. She's going to be listening.
hey,
So,
Gemini.
just saying hi. You know,
Hey,
that's Scotty's department.
hey, Scotty.
Answer. Puss in Boots, but they have to wear boots. Does that make sense? Okay.
Oh yeah, I am Pam is in the back room.
Yeah, she's in the background. So, okay, she's there. Maybe in the meantime um we can find the website, the channel that goes with Alexander the Ganja Shaman, if you would like, Pam. So that would be really cool if we could put his website in there, or I mean channel. So I know it's like so many things. It's like I know one of the tarot readers that got very popular. She said she was red pilled by her own cards. She was surprised. She had one set of views, and then after reading cards for 20 years and starting to ask questions, starting to question things, she became red pilled by her own cards, which surprised her. I know that even my pendulum has shocked me. My tarot cards have shocked me. I mean, they reveal things that I wouldn't expect. And sometimes you get red pilled by your own discipline. Can you also use numerology? Okay, so you can use it for um, when people are born. You can use it for places. How about events?
Event. Hmm.
Like the date of an event?
Yeah, you can use that too. You can use it. I didn't look much into that, but you can use it too. But that's when gematria. Gematria, they use gematria for that with place and events. They use gemat. I didn't went deep into gematria, but in numerology, there's certain numbers that pop up correlation also, but I haven't went deep into it, so I cannot talk much about that. But I know it correlates. It has some correlation to it.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's basically, mm, I just saw something that was saying 11 is not a date that you want to plan anything, because if a lot of extremely bad things happen on an 11 date, for instance, on the 11th. But then there's another fellow who's put together done extensive, it's called What the Flock channel, who's done extensive numerology on the god Janos, Janus. His numbers are 11 and 9. And he's done a lot of research on this, and it seems like everything to do with this god, it comes up 11 and 9. So,
Well,
it's very.
that's the thing, no? Is how you read it, because a number can go both ways. That's why I don't really go into although gematria has some truth in it, but you have to be careful with it how you read it. Yeah, the elite, they use numbers too. They also use numerology, but they convert it. For me, when I see 911, for example, an angel number, it meaning something you came to a completion, with something that you were working on, your life lesson, for example, you came to a completion, and the 11 meaning a doorway opening. So one stop, and now another doorway is opening for you. So that's basically how I read the 9/11.
Okay, so that's a little bit different meaning, but then that is also okay, so because he found out that the 9/11 is also like the 11 is um so Janos was actually we if you look it up a lot of times it'll say minor god in charge of comings and goings, doorways, whatever. Actually, you look deeper, and he was a major god, extremely um, popular at one time, and seems to be connected with all kinds of things. But those numbers, there seems to be something special about 9 and 11. Um, well, my birthday is a 9, and my birthday is a 9. So, and you did my life path, which I believe it was a 7.
Oh
So,
yeah, yeah. The seven are very the those are the truth seeker, they call it. I'm very analytical mind, love to do research. They spend a lot of they love spending time alone. They can spend the time alone, no problem. Um, um, there's a number that they use their mind a lot compared to the other numbers. A lot of detectives are life path 7, and spiritual people, mystical people are also life path 7. A lot of life path 7 come with a ability already open for the spiritual realm. The 7 and the 9 and the 11 are very spiritual numbers.
interesting. So, I'm right on. Yeah, I remember thinking, well, I'm right on course. So, it's very easy to come up with your numbers, and then if you want to figure out your numbers, you just add them 1 to 10 in the system that Alexander is using. And if you come up with your number, Alexander can probably tell you what that number means.
Oh yes, I can do that. Oh yeah, Michelle Graham Free, she's also a life path 7. Can I see?
Hey, Michelle, how you doing? Oh dear.
Nine
Oh,
nine
wow,
nine
wow.
completion. Very humanitarian. The 9 is a humanitarian number. They love to help, guide, inspire people. Uh, yes, a lot of spiritual people are also life path 9. They say a lot of life path 9 are like the old soul. They're the ending of their reincarnation cycle. I put it that way.
There's okay. Well, maybe we just should, see. Okay, if you would like, give a shout out in here what your number is as you calculate it. A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, like that. And if you want to, we'll talk about your specific life path number. How does that sound?
Oh yeah, the life path number to calculate it. If you want, I can do it for you. It's just you have to add all the single digits together, all
Oh,
of them
that's
together.
right. This isn't the name. This isn't the name. This is the life path is from the birthday,
Yes,
right? Birthday.
yes.
Sorry. I'm going to let him do this. I'm still not settled from what all's been going on. Okay. Alexander, um, how
If
about
you want,
the how
sorry.
about the names? What do the numbers of people's names, what number is that? Is okay, so the life path is the birth date.
Yes,
What about, but I
the
know
name.
there's also,
Yeah, the names that the is your name of birth. What is your name on the birth certificate. That's the name that you choose. And out of that, I can get three other numbers because in numerology you have six core main numbers. The most important is the life path. Then you have your attitude number, um, and the attitude number, the birthday number, and I can get the generation number too from the year. And then from your name, I get your name expression number or destiny number, and then your heart desire number or soul urge number, and then your personality number. Those I get
Wow, that
from the
is a
name.
lot.
Yes.
That is a lot. And then you add that up with your address, and you've got quite a lot of information about somebody.
Oh yes. Yeah. Only by the bird. If I go deeper, that I don't go deep. That has to do with one on when I'm one on one with person, but mostly with the people I know. I do the numbers one because it has to be all the letter has to be correct. The name that you got at the name of birth, but the one I do mostly on stream is the life path number and the personal year number. So they know okay what's their life path number and what energy they're dealing with that year. So I that's the most important then. But you can go deeper to do with your name and all of that. But the most important for guidance for people is the life path number and the personal year number. Like for
Okay,
example,
so
oh yeah, go ahead.
you know the year there's like a year that everybody's experiencing right now, which is
Exactly.
2023. But then
Ex-
there's a personal year.
yes.
Can you explain that?
Yes, you have the universal year number that everybody experience that current year, the whole world experience that energy. And then on a personal level, you have also another number that you're dealing with on a personal level. For example, if you're in a 9 year cycle, then it would be that this year, for example, you're concentrating on your spiritual path, which is the seven, having self reflection, doing the inner work. But with the nine, it's also the nine has to do on a personal level to um, let things go, people and things that no longer serve you for your highest vibration. And prepare yourself for the new year that's going to come. So you're doing like a cleansing to yourself and a deep reflection, and for the other cycle to begin. So that's if you're in a nine. So every one of them has a energy that you're dealing with. It's a balance of them two energy, balance of the two numbers. See, there are people that are, for example, Kiki. There are more, but Kiki, I remember last, she was also, for example, this year we are in a universal 7 year, and she was in a personal 7 year too. So the universal year seven and the personal year seven. So there are people that are in harmony with the universal year number. So the energy for them is double that year to do the work. Really concentrate on it. So for them is to focus all, for example, on the spiritual path, do deeper learning, and also could be retreat. A lot of people in personal year seven or universal year seven who want to retreat and go into nature to discover themselves. That's all has to do with the seven.
Wow. So, um, folks at home, like I said, like he is saying, your birth month number, day number, year number, and time number, right? And
Yeah.
you need the
It,
time too, correct?
no, the time I don't need. That's the difference with numerology
Oh,
and
that's right.
astrology.
That's astrology. Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
So you just
astrology.
need the birth date.
Yeah, only the birthday. But
Okay, if
yeah,
you add that up, you can get your number.
yeah, yeah,
Then Alexander can tell you what it means.
yeah. Hey,
So,
next vision in the chat in the house. Greetings, good to see you.
Right. Max showed up, Max Vision, which is John, and
Yes.
probably Max is with him, which is the kitty.
Oh yeah.
Cowboy
Max.
says, purrs, y'all. And we have 11 people. It tells me I have 11 people in here right now.
Yes. I
That's
see.
interesting.
11. 11 has to do with the, intuition. It's all about intuition, inspiring, enlightenment. So if the elite use it, is contrary to that. They reverse everything. You know, the numbers can
Mm.
go both ways.
Well, I expect that everything can go, as far as I have seen, all of the disciplines can be used both ways. Everything has a polarity. So
Exactly.
this does not surprise me. Oh, we're up to 12 now. This is great. Thank you, Kimba. Cajun Queen came in. Hello, Cajun Queen.
Hey, Kinchin
Um,
Queen, Kimba, everybody, blessing.
welcome. So maybe we could, okay, if you have, oh,
I can.
and
I want
Max
to
is saying he lives at apartment number 1111.
really.
And yes, and my part of my address is 221, and part of my phone number is 221. Isn't
Well,
that weird?
damn. Well, 1111 has to do with spiritual awakening.
Mm-hmm.
But the root number of the 1111 is 4. So building, structuring, foundation, building on your desire for your spiritual awakening. That's how I read
You're
the 11.
2212. You've got 2212. Yeah. 221 is 5 added together,
Yeah,
which
it's
is
a
change, isn't it?
yeah.
In the
Eh,
tarot, it's change.
if you live in a 5 house, it's more a outgoing house, like a party house or something, adventurous house. People have come going. Yeah, mostly party house or 5, but not all of it. I don't think everybody that live at a 5 will be, but it's more outgoing energy house.
Cool.
Mhm.
So, yeah, because yeah, my old number was 123. So that's 6, right? So
Yeah,
it was a dangerous place though. But okay.
I can read a bit of the year number that we're in. Let me see here. Okay, this one.
Yeah, my house is we figured that out and I forgot what it was, but my place
I
is
I remember.
105 is 6. Yeah.
Yeah, you live in the building is 1 and the apartment is 6, and
Mhm.
the one we know is all about independence, um, uh, starting new, and the 6 is about basically healing, nurturing yourself.
Mhm.
So
Which
so
is
to me,
great. 'Cause that's what I need and I have been healing since I've gotten here. So that's exactly what I am doing here. I have a feeling I'm told I'm going to be moving in a couple of years, and I have a feeling when I'm done healing. I have a feeling when I'm done healing, I'll be moving to another place. So we'll see how that goes. Um, what have we got here? You started seeing 11s back in 2004. Ah, yeah, I back in 99 for me.
99.
Oh, Scotty says wherever he goes, he turns it into a 5 house.
Ah,
Ah, that's Scotty for you. And Jason says his adds to 11. Whoa, his apartment adds to 11.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah, the 11. Do you live alone there, the
Jason.
Jason? Because, for example, at the house number two is the higher 11 is the higher vibration of two, and a two house is all about cooperation, working together. If you don't have that, the ego is gonna come out, and you're gonna have a lot of argument in that house. Who wants to be take the leader? But actually, a two house is all about working together to get forward. And yeah, and
Hmm.
the 11 would be that's the base energy for that, and the 11 will be using your intuition
Isn't
to
that
get forward.
interesting?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's 216 apartment 4. Now I know where to send the bills.
Well,
I can tease Jason like that. We know each other, so
oh, geez. Okay,
um,
okay. Oh, four also. That's stability structure. You in there to build on something. What do you want to build? It's the energy for building. And
ah, see.
yes, building on yourself, building on your ideas. Oh yeah, Max Vision. John is a life path 5. John is the same. Rex Bear of League Project. He's also a life path 5.
Oh,
They're multi-talented people. The 5. They love adventure. They love to travel. They love doing different things. They if they cannot be if they do something or at work they cannot be doing the same thing over and over again. They get bored very easily, and they love to experiment and do try new things. That's with the 5.
Scotty's house is apparently 11 too. Wow, isn't that interesting? No, he's doing the apartment number and the address differently. Jason, they mean something, I guess, separately. I don't know.
Yeah.
Do they mean something together too?
What the let me see. So my house address is 11. So my house number. What's your house number? If that's the house address, is yeah, then it's an 11. Yeah, yeah. Very. The 2 and the 11 are very emotional, also number. So the base of it is cooperation. If you don't have cooperation, um, yeah, then you don't. It's not gonna go good. But with the 11, sometimes you also have to take a lead. So it's a balance of cooperation and leading, knowing when to lead and knowing when to work together.
Hmm. Yeah, Cajun Queen says seeing certain numbers at various times could be the universe telling you something, and it could even be answers to questions. And I think that's probably true. Now we're
Yes,
talking, though, about angel numbers, which angel numbers are a whole nother subject. And you can look them up online. Actually, you can just go and open up a browser and say meaning of, type in a number, and it'll spit out some information, oddly enough.
yes.
But
Depending on what you, it also depends what you were thinking at that time, because like with the numbers, that also has to do with they give out different meaning too. If you were thinking on love or ideas or a situation, it gives you like if it's for love a specific meaning, or material a specific meaning, a spirituality a specific meaning. So it's depending what you were thinking at that moment too.
aha, see, it's all your fault.
Yeah.
It's all on you. What were you thinking? Okay. What was I
Yeah.
thinking? I do ask myself that a lot. Yeah, what was I thinking? Um,
Yeah. Yeah.
so Scotty says he's in an exclusive club. He's a 3, I guess. So he's being all kind of snooty about it, and that's okay. I guess it's in the men who don't wear pants number or something.
Okay.
Oh, you were taught to look around, stop and think about what you were thinking about when you see the numbers. Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Okay. Let me do this then. Yeah. Scotty boy. Oh, Scotty boy. Sorry, I mean Mark Arc Spark. The Arc Spark. Yeah. That if it adds to 29, that means you're a 11. So that's the 11 is the higher vibration of two. From all the master numbers, you have the 11, 22, 33, and 44. The 11 is the most common of all the master numbers. Um, they're very spiritual. They're all about the intuition. And the two, for example, the two is the peacemaker. So with the two, you're gonna get a lot of um, I say no problems or arguments that you need to resolve it. Be the peacemaker. And the 11 is the higher vibration of the two, and the 11 is enlightenment, being inspirational, um, guiding people. Is enlightenment. It's all about enlightenment. Um, well, what to overcome by that is you're gonna feel yourself confined that you cannot express yourself, and you need to overcome that and be the inspirational for the people. um, Amber Dawn Rising, she's a life path 11, and Teresa from Andromeda Count is also a life path 11.
Um, I wish I knew what cowboy was. He's a rather unusual kitty without a tail. He's a Manxie cat. Wish I knew what your numbers were, sport, but I don't. But anyway, there's your cowboy. Now you've seen cowboy. He came up. He heard us talking up here. Um,
Yeah,
okay, so the Pants Challenge Club. Okay, so the actual day is a 2, but yeah, the higher octave. And that
yeah,
works in astrology too, because there are things that the higher octave is something else. The higher
yeah,
octave ruler is
yes,
something a little different. Yeah.
yeah. Okay, let me read a bit of the year energy. Then we can do the numbers if everybody wants me to do their number, the personal year number. I only for to do the personal year number, I only need the day and month of birth, not the year, only the day and month. Last year, 2022, was the sixth year, meaning it was all about building new relationship and strengthening the people already in your life. But 2023 adds up to a 7, and the energy is instead asking us to look inward. Now that we have grown into a tandem with others, we need to step back and see how ourselves have changed in response to the growth of 2022. Ask of us where we are different. How has our outlook changed? It's safe to say that many of us has experienced internal shift as the world acclimates to a new abnormal, and now is the moment to get clear regarding to those changes. As much as you think you know yourself, perhaps you have altered in ways you didn't even realize. Sometimes, in order to process change, we must be confronted with it directly. And that's what this year is all about. We have collective opportunity to come in terms with ourselves and develop a better understanding of the ways we evolved while we were here just living our life. A new you has been slowly forming when you didn't even realize it. Now it's time to fully integrate that existence and go forward with a stronger sense of awareness. This process won't occur overnight, but that's okay. The seventh energy is not one to be rushed. Move slowly, dipping your toes to test the water each step until you are fully immersed yourself in the new sea of possibilities. Goals for 2023. Make yourself care a priority. It's time to nurture yourself with the time to care you might have previously denied yourself. We're living in a strange world, and no matter the circumstances, it can be difficult to push ourselves forward on continental basis. This is a year to make sure you aren't burning out. Keep your spiritual and emotional reserves safely secure. Gain greater clarity. You're going to have a lot of eureka moments in 2023 as you come to understand yourself better and why you behave the way you do. Focus on getting to the root of the matters and examining how these core issues have impacted your life thus far. It's time to highlight your strength and weed out your weakness. Contemplate wellness. Building connection between yourself and the natural world is very important this year. There's a lot to be gained by tapping into our energy that pervades all matter of life and seeing how we are linked together. No person is an island. It's time for us to realize that more than ever. Listen to your inner voice. In- intuition, your intuition is a major theme of the 7 year. Learning to trust yourself on more instinctual, instinctual level is a big part of this. Make a point to follow your gut more often, and if you have trouble listening to it, then put a focus on getting more in touch with your instinct. They know what's right for you. Your, let me see. Oh, yeah. So this year is all about self reflection, diving deep inward and doing some deeper learning on yourself. If you want to do a spiritual practice or you want to get a retreat to find yourself, this is the year to do it.
Yay. If I find myself, well, I usually find myself right here, unfortunately. I love to go traveling. Um, but yeah, a retreat would be nice. Hmm, I wonder how I can make that happen. But I suppose you could just go out in nature a bit or something
Exactly.
like that.
Yeah, that's the meaning. Yeah, go to nature, ground, meditate, look into yourself, your heart desire. Where do you see yourself? What do you need to work on? There's four aspects of health: is your mental state, emotional state, spiritual state, and physical state. You know, how is your mental state? How is your thinking? Um, your emotional. Have you worked on your trauma, overcome anger and all of that? Um, spirituality. Are you doing anything spiritual? Anything spiritual practice? And your physical is you doing any exercise, moving your body for the energy to flow better through your body. So those are the four aspects for your health. Get into your
I,
higher energy with your body.
I know Heather Dawn is doing a lot of that this year, so she is really going full tilt on that. I don't know if she is not here because she didn't get the notice or if she's not here because she's doing she told me she was doing a fast of social media for a week. So I don't know if that's up yet. So she might not be done with her fast yet. So I'm not sure why Heather isn't here. But she did get in touch with me earlier. So I think she knows we're doing this tonight. We'll see if she makes it in.
Hmm.
Some could have come up. A lot of things came up for me this weekend. I know that. Um, so, well, just as a warning, what do we have to look toward next year, just in very general terms?
Well, next
It
year,
would be an 8, right?
Yes. But next year um, yes, we're going into a eight. So as the personal year number, it runs from 1 to 9. That's the cycle, 1 to 9. But in that cycle, you have another cycle. It's called the transformational cycle, and that's 8, 9, and 1. So next year, we're going into the whole world is going into a transformational cycle, and the 8 is all about standing in your power. It's all about your strength and also material with the financial money. It has to do with that too. So the 8 has to do with standing in your power and the financial state. So next year is going to require for the whole world. That's why I see next year a lot of more people are going to be waking up due to the events happening this year. More information is going to come out. I can see more information is going to come out this year, and it's going to lead to more to next year to people standing up to the government, to the corruption, and it's going to go yeah, it's going to be a big transformation cycle. So that's going to be the energy for next year. Something is going to happen with the market maybe this year itself, in October, because October is the eighth universal month, and what happened in October is a preview of next year. Oh yeah, so if you're doing something, make sure in this October you're doing something that you love in October, because it's just gonna amplify it next year. So
Oh,
next year,
cool.
oh yeah, that's the key what I found out. Um, so next year, you're gonna see more and more protests happening around the world. Maybe I can see the financial state is gonna be switching to benefit people, but that transition, um, it has to fall for the new to come, and the year
Right.
after that, um, we're going to be in 2025, which is a 9 year. So that year also is going to be a big year where the whole world, the energy is for the whole world to drop everything that no longer serve you. It could be people or things. It's going to be mostly things. Things that's holding you down. All the negative things need to drop in 2025, and that's going to be opening then the door for 2026, which the whole world's going to experience a universal year one, which is a new beginning, starting fresh with new foundation, not corrupt foundation. So it's going to be a big year with 2024 self. That's all. That's going to be a big year because that's going to start this transitioning, which is going to be in 2025, going to
That's
2026.
probably why I'm moving then, in a couple of years. Is I guess it was late in 25 I'm supposed to be moving, and I forget what exact reading that was, but
I think you're gonna. I think you're gonna be moving before that. Well, we'll see.
maybe before that.
I have a, yeah, I have a feeling you're gonna be moving before that.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there? Can you figure out why that would be, or where that would be, or I don't know, because right now I don't know where that would be, but um, because I
So that.
like it here,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
but
That would, and divine time and that will come then when the time. But I have a feeling you're gonna be moving prior to that. But maybe it
uh,
could be south and where you are. Yeah.
because
What a place with.
I'm hearing I'm going to move though, and I don't know. I have no idea. I've not been told exactly why. I do know that I want an intentional community. Maybe one will show up.
You will
So
get the
maybe I
right
learn about.
people. Source to send the right people for you.
Yes,
In the meantime,
I'm
before that happens, you just have to work on yourself.
exactly.
Yes, that's the
That
thing.
that's absolutely. I think the big thing for all of us is um, working on ourselves. And you know what? And some people will tell you, well, you're not really, don't say work. That sounds too hard. You won't do it. Think of it as play. But then if you say, well, I'm playing with myself, people get the wrong impression. So,
Oh yes, if you say yeah, yeah, you're playing with yourself. Yeah, I'm studying
doesn't
myself.
quite work. Yeah.
Maybe you studying yourself, the deeper learning with yourself. You can use playing with yourself too. You're uncovering yourself. I put it that way.
Hi,
You're uncovering.
Jackie. How you doing? Yeah, Jackie came in. Hi, Jackie. Hi,
Hey Jackie.
Jackie. Wait, Hi, Jack. Wait. Anyway, who's hijacking who here? Hi, Jackie. Um, so, uh, yeah, well, we need to get ourselves ready for all of these changes so we can roll with the changes, as they say.
Yeah,
I've
that's
been
why.
trying to do that all this
That's why
time.
I can see this year a lot of people gonna have like a spiritual awakening this year about their what's going on with the government and themselves, doing uncovering themselves. A lot of people gonna be wanting to do get the urge to do deeper learning this year, look things of different perspectives.
Gosh, I hope.
So,
Because I
yeah,
get so tired of, I mean, a lot of us, and I've heard this from a lot of us, it's like a lot of us are getting so tired of trying to deal with people, and it's like being in two worlds. It's like one world is us here, we can talk about stuff we know more than the average guy, right? And then there's like the people in my building, most of the people in my building who have no clue and are still getting boosters, you know. And
yeah, yeah. You see those, you see those people. Sadly, they have to get a heart awakening because I've talked with different people, and the people, what I understand, when they got the second shot, then something went wrong with their body, and they were like, "Oh," then they got the heart awakening. They were like, "No, I'm not gonna take the third one because something went wrong with them," you know. Um,
right,
yeah, so there's a lot of people gonna be getting awakening that way. Is sadly, but everything
in a
everything
very
that's
sad
happening.
way, yes.
Yeah,
I'm sorry
everything
to
that
say.
yes, everything that's
Some,
happening is for the awakening of the people. Everything that's happening, you know.
yes, everything. Hmm. And some people are not going to be here. Some people have contracted to go on. It is
Yes,
in their path to go on and not be here for the change. I think I am supposed to be here for the change, as far as I know, unless make a decision otherwise. I have been offered that I could opt out, but I'm not going to because I I'm in this. I want to see this happen. I want to make this happen. I want to be one of the people to make this happen, this change. So I'm here for that. I'm here for it. That's one of the things I came here for.
yes. I can
I
I can
know.
finally I can say finally if I compare to 10 years ago or a bit more, now you see more people asking questions, you know, about the world and doing more research. So I can see clearly there's an awakening happening. And also, few days ago, the Schumann resonance did like a spike too, and on the when they measure it, it was like a geometric pattern, like almost like DNA, like the energy that's coming in is like triggering, unlocking our DNA slowly because I never
Yes,
seen that pattern on the Schumann resonance, or
nobody
also known
has.
as Earth heartbeat. Yeah, nobody has.
It
So
has
this
not happened since they recorded
exactly.
it. Yes.
So I think
So,
we're gonna be seeing things happening that we never seen before.
right. I think so too. I think probably, uh, I think probably Abby Normal is going to be the new normal.
Yeah,
So those of you who always felt like Abby normal, guess what? You're going to be the new normal. And
yeah.
well, actually, in the and the normal people, the so-called normie people, they're going to be probably like running around asking, "What's going on? Oh my God, the world is coming to an end." What? And we're going to be sitting there going, "Oh, you just noticed all this is going on?" You know. And yet, I am told that some of us will even, pardon me, with all we know, some of us are even going to be shocked by what comes out because there's going to be a lot of things coming out that's so shocking that
It's gonna
I
be
mean, in these,
yeah, it's gonna be overwhelming for some people for sure.
yes. So we're kind of cushioned a little bit. Average guy is going to be, oh my God, you know, boom. It's going to be laid on him kind of sudden, and I wouldn't want to. I wouldn't want to be them in that case. So we're going to have to help people through that.
Yeah, I think
Uh,
that's why you're here. That's why we awakening. We had awoken first. You know, is to guide the other people around us. You know.
yeah. Well, there are so many times. Oh, hi, Pammy. Um, so many times that I've told people something, and maybe 10 years later, maybe 20 years later, maybe 40 years later, if I see him again, they see him again, they go, "Oh my God, how did you know that?" And it's like, I do research. Well, just like you said, I'm a seven. I do now. I can say, well, because I'm a life path seven. But
Yeah.
I do research and I keep awake. I mean, um, that's how I knew I read a lot and I studied a lot, and I also am an intuitive. So I get messages. Um, but not everybody does, so it's going to be tricky. Pam, what's going on? Get a bad feeling every time you say some of us won't be here. I'm starting to fear and hope I'm not one of those, but I've experienced double vision, shadow vision, and blurred vision. That could just be the changes coming in, Pammy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't tell you, but we are going to get some effects, physical effects, because our physical bodies are going to change.
Yes. So don't have to fear that. This year is all about yeah, doing deeper learning and reflecting on yourself. Maybe um doing a spiritual practice, meditation. Meditation is key. You know,
Hmm.
maybe you will unlock
I
your
always say that.
cle- clear clairvoyant vision abilities. We have abilities, you know,
We do
and this
have
is the
ability.
yes, this is the perfect year to work on it too.
So this is when you should be doing do your work on yourself, like we've been saying, work on yourself. Or play with yourself. We don't care. We won't look. Yep.
Ah, yeah.
I'm going to get as
Um,
much out of that as I can. I'm really going to ride that thing. Oh, wait a minute. That's wrong to say. That sounds wrong too. Anyway. Oh,
ah,
that
I'm
sounds bad too. Oh, geez. I better watch what I'm saying. Okay. We're honing our
playing.
skills. You're what? Honing your skills. Okay. Skills. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, honing our skills. Yes, that's true.
That's yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll go with that. Yeah. That's a okay, so okay, yeah, well, some of you have told me that that's one of the reasons you like to come to my show is because I'm funny, and I say, well, smells aren't everything, but I'm kidding. Um, yeah. Uh, we have a chance to move ahead now. Oh, Scotty, don't. Don't say it. Okay, go ahead and say it. I don't care. Anyway, yeah, we have a chance to move ahead of the crowd now and actually be on the other side of the laughing stock because too many times we've been laughed at because we come up with ideas that kind of rattle people. that they go against what people have been told. And we were just talking earlier today on John's show how do we even know now what we're being told? I mean, we're being told so many contradictory things. Like, is black, we got into some kind of a discussion, is black the combination of all the colors, or is white the combination of all the colors? Or are we just are we just being told these things to confuse us, and maybe black and white are all the combination of all the colors? So it's like we don't know, because we have been told things, and now we're suspicious of every single thing. So everything we're told now. And somebody was wasn't it Realist or something, that came in and was telling us that garlic and turmeric and a whole bunch of other things were not good for us, that we've been told are good for us. So I don't know. It's hard to know now. It seriously is, because we've gone so far down the path of deception that trying to uncover the truth is really tricky. So some of us are more practiced at this, right? But a lot of people are not. So, I guess we can't blame them too much. Um, let's see, back to the numerology. Um, you stopped yourself from what? Do I want to know? Okay, so maybe maybe we talk a little bit about, for instance, if you add up to a 10, that's actually back at 1, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've talked about, did
Oh
we
yeah, the
get 3?
person. We didn't get to the personal year. Well, if the people want me to do their personal year number to see what energy that they're working on this year, they need to work
Do
on
you
in the
want a
combination.
personal,
Yeah, the
want
personal year
personal
number.
year?
The personal year number, I can calculate it by your only the month and day of birth. It just only did the month
Mine's
and day.
12/9. 12/9.
Oh yeah, 12/9. That's a 3, and that's a 7. That's a 1. Yeah, this year, yeah, yeah, I did yours already, but last year, like it correlates because last year you were in a personal year 9, so that year for you was has to do this with the universal 6, with family, people close to you, friends, um, that you're gonna be strengthening the relationship between them, or you're gonna and with the 9 is you're gonna be seeing um who's on your level, and letting people go, the one that no longer like serve you. So I benefit your energy. So last year I imagined that you were letting people, you let few people out of your life that wouldn't
Yes,
help you. Yes. So you were
yes.
making way for the new and things too. And this year you are in the person year 1, which is what? A new beginning, fresh start, starting things new, trying new things, working on your ideas, your heart desire, and also
Cool.
with the healing. So you're in a person year 1. So I can do, let me see. Let me read the person year
Cool.
1 that I did, and give more details into that. Let me see, this one. Uh, uh, uh,
So
I give
Max
him a
would be 9, 17, 8. Max would be in a 8 year. Max
8.
vision.
No, Max, I remember Max is 7. Max, his birthday, I'm 2 days after Max. Max is 17th of September. So yeah, that was the 8.
17/9. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's an 8. But
Yeah.
uh, 8 in combination with a 7. So that would be a 6. Yeah, Max is in a 6 year.
Ah,
So okay,
huh? I
I
totally
just
don't understand.
uh, so a person
It's
year
1709.
well, sorry.
It's 1709. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's yeah, I know Max is in September, 17th of September. But to calculate
Mhm.
the personal year number, I just add the birthday, so the month. To calculate the personal number is the month and day of birth added to the current year or the year
Ah,
you want to calculate, and that's how you get the personal number, the energy that that person is working with that year.
and then you add it to the current.
Yes.
Aha! That's it. Okay.
So,
Okay.
okay.
So
Let me just sorry.
because we're in a 7, you said?
Yes, we're in a seven universal year. Seven
Universal
universal year.
year, so it'd be everything would be add 7 to it. I see.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Okay,
So for
so yeah, go ahead.
sorry. Oh yeah.
Go
For
right
Max, for
ahead.
example. All right. For Max, for example, he's in a personal year 6 year in 2023. So your life is likely to change quite a bit over because yeah, I imagine in 2022 you were in a 5 year and you're a five life path, so you had a lot of changes happening in your life last year. Um, yeah, you were experiencing a 5 year which brought you plenty of alternation your way. You might find yourself living a new situation or perhaps starting a new job or that was departure from what you've done previously. Now, however, the dust has settled, you can begin to understand the new reality on a deeper level during the 6 year. The main theme for the 6 year is relationship, which indeed might have gotten putting you on ice flew through 2022. All those changes that created a new situation have made it possible to put on down new rules, strengthening bonds and integrate yourself more fully into your life. This is a great moment to think in terms of we rather than me. Because of the last year, it's all been about focusing on your own needs. That's no longer the case. A new social group could grow around you early this year, and you're likely to find yourself developing a strong affection for these people. It's time to establish your soul community, and so to be sure to circulate. There are people waiting to meet you. So that's
Wow.
for John. I can imagine John
Ooh,
has meeting new people this year, strengthening his relationship.
well, I hope so. Um, okay. And let's see, the next one, James Ortiz came in with 1014.
1014. Um, okay. 1014. That's a double seven. No, that's a six. Five, six. Okay. Okay, I have to do the calculation. 1014, right? Right.
Yes, 1014 for James Ortiz.
Okay, that's a four. Um, that's a four.
Foundation.
Yes. Foundation.
Yeah.
Structure. Okay.
That's what it
Last year.
means in tarot too.
Sorry.
That's what it means in tarot too, basically. Home,
Oh yeah.
structure, foundation.
Yes. Planner, building, organizing, all has to do with the four. Um, last year, so for the James, was it James?
James
Okay, last year for
Ortiz.
James Ortiz. Last year was a 3 year for you, which was all about embracing life and adding a dose of excitement to your existence. 2023 is a 4. However, this energy is much more about rolling up your sleeve and getting back to basics. Now that you have connected with like minds and fresh faces, is your duty to account for yourself. Where you have given on claiming responsibility for yourself. Have you allowed few too many things to fall through the cracks? It's time if the time for such behavior is over. And during this 12-month period, you must step forward and be willing to put in the work. Without this effort, you'll have a hard time getting what you feel is rightly deserved. Success will only come once you've taken the step to actually earn your keep. That doesn't mean this entire year will be one long march uphill, but that if you want to reach the finish line and rewards waiting there, you need to accept the fact that no one can achieve this for you. This is your journey, no one else. So, what do you want to build? What do you see yourself building? Look into your heart desire and passion. Maybe it's just family, home, base. Check it out. And next year for Jane, you're gonna be in a 5 year next year. So next year for you, expect there's gonna be a lot of changes happening in your life next year. Everybody that's in the 5 years going through a lot of changes. A five personal year, uh, is personal. Next year will be an eight universal year. Yes, this year is a seven universal year. But when it's universal, that's for everybody. So everybody is experiencing the seven. Oh, it matched James. Cool.
Cool. So let's see who else have we got that's coming in with a number here. Looking back, we've got Jackie, who is 13003.
103.
0103.
Okay, and that's a 11
Jackie.
2. That's Jack. That's an
Mm-hmm.
11 2. Okay. Here, here. Okay.
Mark the Arc Spark is also 11 and 2. Wow. There's a lot of you in here.
Hmm. Interesting.
Isn't that
Okay.
interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is for Jackie. For Jackie, I'm gonna read two to you because you're in a 11 2 year. Normally they don't read, but I found out you have also the higher vibration. You have people in a master personal year number. An example I can give is um, what's that guy called again? Elon Musk. Elon Musk. He's also a life path 7. And he's in this year. He's in a personal master number 22 year, and that's all about building, building. If you have something built, expand it, go big, big. Try building something big that's gonna last for generations. And this year he has been going all out in the year number. He has expanded his business, yeah, very big. So yeah, he's in that 22 energy, and he's doing it.
Wow.
Um, yeah, the 22 is the higher vibration of the four. For example, James is in the 4 years. It's all about, yeah, what do you want to build on your heart desire. But if you are in a 22 year, you're like, okay, I want to build like a business, but you're gonna do it big. Want to start off big. That's with the 22. Or if you already have a business, you're gonna expand, go with it bigger. Go north, days or something like that. Okay, Jackie is in a personal year too. So after last year, intense energy and changes, now is the time to slow down and reflect upon your life and choices. You might feel torn into two directions, and some of your old identities are merging with your new one. Be kind to yourself as you integrate this energy. Your emotions are high, and you might feel oversensitive or to take other people's opinion to heart. That's why taking time to reflecting on your needs and personal truth is important. What is it that you want? Find your inner balance. You might need to draw more boundaries. Say no more often and learn to receive. Where can you take back some of your energy? Are you giving more than you are receiving? Are there any areas in your life where you feel you deserve more? Explore those areas and find ways to balance your relationship. Um, your intuition is highly charged now. To access this gift, um, you must listen to your inner voice above all others. Perhaps you want to take up a yoga or meditation or spend more time in nature. Use this beautiful time to know yourself better and have courage to take care of yourself. Since the two attract relationship, this can be a wonderful time to meet someone who helps you feel good about yourself, romantically or otherwise. But remember, finding love in relationship begins when honoring and loving yourself first. That's for Jackie with the two. But let me see. She's in um, also the 11. So this may resonate for Jackie too if you want to take it to the next level. Um, okay. This is the master number year for you, which means you will need to master your life. There will be greater opportunities and greater challenge. You can avoid many of your challenges by acting on your intuition. This is the courage to be yourself and share your gift with the world. If you have desire to teach others or be a healer or artist, now is your time. Do not delay sharing your gift. You have what it takes right now to succeed. You need to listen to your inner voice above all others to access your gift. Perhaps you want to take up the yoga, meditation, spend more time in nature. Use this beautiful night to know yourself better and dare to take care of yourself. This is also, the relationship oriented year. It can be a wonderful time to meet somebody that's with the two energy um, boundaries. Boundaries will be your best friend. So make sure you prioritize your well being and happiness. You need to have more balance in your life and bring more of your gift to the world. So you need to delib- deliberate about how you invest your energy. You have so much to share, and this is a great year to do so.
Wow, that's pretty good.
So
Um,
that
that's a couple of you actually, at least two of you out there. Um, I am Pam. Now, if I skipped you somehow, remember StreamYard is a little weird and it's a delay. If somehow we skip you, just retype it and we'll come back around and get you. I am Pam is 0217.
it matched, Jackie. Hey, you're welcome. You see, that's how I found out the numbers match. So I use numerology as a guidance for people. It's
Mm-hmm.
a guidance.
Yes.
So you're welcome, Jackie. Okay, Pam is 12, 17. But that will be a one. Oh, and so you have an attitude number. Oh yeah, that's another. If um your day and month together, that's your attitude number. So Jackie has a strong attitude, leader type attitude. If they're on their path, the opposite of that, the number one is being codependent and not being dependent. You know, but attitude 1. So that will be the same as me. I also have my attitude number is a 1. So that means you're in a personal 8 year. Same as me. Okay. 8 year. Okay. Have it here. The 8 personal year. Now is the time to prosper. After your hard work, you will begin to see the fruits of your labor. After the reflective, introspective of last year, now it's time to act. Because last year, we were in a 7 personal year. So it was last year for me and I am Pam. It was a deep, how you say, yeah, a deep reflective year going inward, meditating, looking at things a different perspective, doing deeper learning, working on the spiritual path. So that was last year energy for us, the personal year, in combination with the sixth. So maybe I got more how the people, my family are, character. I got a higher perspective of it, you know, understanding. That's what the seven did actually with me. Um, okay, after the reflective introspection of last year, which was the personal seven, now it's time to act and act big. What are your passions? Pay attention to those inner stirrings within you that make you feel excited and motivate you. Follow your bliss. You might want to do more, be more, and experience more. This is good. What are some of those things that make you happy, that you have been putting off? Don't delay it any longer. Live your life to the fullest. Pursue your dreams by taking some rest. If you feel stif- um, stifled in any way, it's because you have been limiting your idea of who you are. You can own your power and leadership abilities for abilities more fully now, including your ability to receive more financial abundance. You might find yourself challenged this year as more is required of you, but that is only so you can fully experience your potential. If you find yourself in a power place at work or in personal relationship, is to remind you that it's okay to be powerful and not to be afraid to assert yourself. What is it that you want? Now go for it and have fun reaping your reward.
Wow. Well, and Pammy Smith says she's the same. She is the same. So that's for both of you. Isn't that interesting? Look at how we all kind of congeal around our numbers.
Yeah,
Isn't that funny? We've got sevens, we've got, the ones, we've got the. It's interesting. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Think about
yes,
that just a minute. Pam and Pammy are both the same number. Weird. That's fascinating. It really is fascinating.
Oh,
Anybody
for me,
else? Hey, Zaid, if you want your number he needs your day and month number, and he'll give you your attitude number
not the personal year number, but oh, I am
or
Pam is
personal year number, right? Personal year.
yeah. I see I am Pam is 0217, which is a one, and then Pammy Smith is 1207. So it counts what I just read about the personal 8 year is count for both of you. It's the same.
Pam and Pam.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Weird.
And,
It's so weird. Okay. And
and
you're
both
very
are
different people, but yeah,
yeah.
somehow you're not.
And and both are experiencing the same personal year energy. Both of them.
Isn't that
They're-
weird, man?
yeah.
That
That's
that
why I found out the numbers doesn't lie. So this year, like for Pammy and I am Pam, we're in a seven. universal year and an 8 personal year. So it's a combination of the 7 and 8. So don't forget about your spiritual self, working on yourself, reflecting on yourself. And the 8 is okay, standing in your power. What's your idea? If you have a business idea, this is a good year to work on it. And yeah, and the negative of it, the 8 would be if you're not standing in your power, you're gonna be walked on. So you're gonna be challenged to um stand firm in your ground. Has to do with the 8. So Mark,
Uh,
sorry. Oh, you had a horrific. Sorry.
a lot of anxiety this year. Interesting. And Mark, the arc is still is needing clarity on
Yeah.
0902. Is that a 2 plus 7?
Mm, yes, you can look. You can, because it's actually 9 plus 2 plus 7. Yes, but the 9 is divine, so you can get the 9 out and it will reduce to the uh to 2. So and then it will be 2 plus 7 will be a 9. Hmm,
Wow.
nice. Interesting. Okay. Um. Oh yeah, with Pam, horrific. Yeah, meditation is key. Do you ground yourself, walk in nature? You know, it's all has to do for you to be stronger in yourself, stand firm in yourself. Um, we mark is okay. 7 plus 2. Oh, it's a 9. Okay, 9. So you mark. You're coming to the ending of your cycle. Okay, 9. Mark is in a personal year 9. Congratulations, you're in the final year of your 9 year cycle. A lot has learned along the way, so take stock of your lessons because you will pass this wisdom to others. Others might be drawn to you for advice or teaching this year ahead. Trust that you have what it takes to guide them. You might be reflecting quite a bit on the past now, but this is only so you learn from it and move on. Make sure you are not holding on to the past and let go what no longer serves you. Finish up any loose ends and unfinished business in your life as you prepare for a new cycle. Forgive anyone who needs forgiveness, and that includes yourself. You might require more alone time this year so you can connect with your intuition. There's nothing wrong with this. Value this time with yourself. There will be more excitement next year. This is a period for reflection, but it's also time to recognition of everything you have done and achieved. So make sure to take stock of everything good in your life, and it will return to you. You will be harvesting your many rewards. So enjoy your bounty. You deserve it. So this year, basically for the 9 is letting go of things that and people that no longer serve you and making way for the new. And you being in
Ah,
a 7 year and he being in we being in a 7 universal year is going to be a very big spiritual year for Mark.
I think I did get something of your point, Saeed, but maybe not entirely. But yes, I know there's something you've been dealing with. So Zaid is 13/3/1996. We just need the 13 and the 3 for this
Oh yeah, but I
moment.
can imagine that Zeke of Zeit. sorry if I pronounced it wrong. You don't know your
Zaid, maybe, or Zaid. I don't know, Zaid, maybe.
yeah. I'm gonna check it out now because you don't know. I didn't think you if you put it fully, you don't know your life path number. Let me do the calculation. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay, Zai, you're you are a life path 5 if you didn't know, same as Max Vision and Rex of League Project. It's a adventurous number. Those people love to do different things, experience different things, try different things. They don't like a stagnant job. They get bored very easily. They're multi-talented people, and oh yeah, they love to travel. And so I can imagine. And you're a life path 5, and you're in a personal year 5. So
Time to
this year,
change.
yeah, this year, everybody that's in a personal year 5 are gonna go through big transformation. They counter people losing, people also people transitioning. But just know, yeah, like everybody that transition, they choose their path, and you're gonna be seeing them back again. This is just a reality. We have other reality. The spiritual reality is very real, and we don't die. We just exit this temple that we use in this reality, and our spiritual soul body gonna continue to the next realm, and you will see them back again. So just know, everybody transition, you will see them back again. Just they choose their path, maybe to do a work in the other realm, you know. And the energy going up on this planet, a lot of people are not. If you don't work on yourself, you're not going to be handling the energy coming in. So it's forcing everybody to work on themselves, and the one that don't, well, yeah, they're going to have a hard time afterwards. But yes, you're in person year 5. So get ready for a dramatic and exciting year. This year will feel like flying by because of many changes and activities. After a year from hard work, which was last year, you were in a personal year 4. This is a fantastic time to have fun, meet new people, travel distant places. May You may even feel urge to relocate. Oh yes, a lot of people in personal year 5, they move to another location. Um, if you ever had a desire to move to another place, this will be the year to do so. You will find social life expanding as you feel more expansive as well. If there any structure in your life that restrict you, now is the time to shake them off and seek new horizons. This is a wonderful time to have an adventure. So if there's any way you want to go, buy your ticket or take that class you always wanted to take, or go to the theater, or even be in the theater. Do what you want to take up the new hobby. Being in a group environment will be especially rewarding. If you are involved in the media or have always wanted to be, you feel extra blessed this year. If you want to grow your business, any type of advertising would prove worthwhile. Make sure that with all these changes and new feelings that you don't scatter your energy. Oh yes, with the life path 5, what I understand, they have to be grounded because they have a lot of energy, and they have to ground themselves because they put themselves in different things at the
Right.
same
I've
time. They
seen
want,
that.
yeah, and they get like a burnout. I know a lot about that because
I've seen that.
both of my parents are a life path 5, and grounding is very important for them actually, and for every life path 5. Um, okay, listen to your heart to discern what is the most important, and make your decision based on your intuitive guidance. You might make mistakes, but that's how you learn, and those lessons will serve you and help you to instruct others in the future. So that,
So,
Zion.
John has taken off, so see you,
Oh yeah,
John, and have a wonderful sleep. We just told you what you're about, so you can sleep on it.
yes.
And another life path five. So really, we got wow. So
Hey,
then we got life path fives.
good night, John. And I think
Interesting.
Kimba also left. So good night, Kimba. Oh yeah, Life Path 5. Sorry.
Yeah, I didn't know Kimba left. Good night, Kimba. Kimba is leaving or left. I didn't see it.
Oh yeah,
Um,
Scotty. Multi-dimension beings. Yeah, that's what we are. We are multi-dimension beings for sure.
I know I am for sure.
And
I'm a multi-dimensional.
okay, so Jack is also a Life Path 5. So grounding is important for you. Grounding. Um, I'm pretty sure you are multi-talented. You love to do different things. You love adventure, travel. Uh, um, yeah, they're known as the freedom fighters too. That's the Life Path 5 or the adventurer. But especially this year, meditation, yeah, is key, and grounding. That will help you a lot. Yeah, follow your
Um,
intuition.
that intuition thing coming up again.
Yeah, that's for everybody.
Wow.
Intuition, practice.
Jason, what was Jason's? Jason might be gone by now. He has a tendency to come and go like the wind. We call him the breeze because he just kind of comes and goes. But without saying it too much, I forgot what Jason said his was. Any interest? No. So basically, the times that we're in times when we're working on ourselves. We're also having to deal with the way that the world is. It's really nice to know how these cogs in the machinery fit together. Because I had a Mayan teacher, and it's interesting that their timekeepers had a system of wheels in wheels that were like cogs of a machine. And it had a lot to do with numbers. I mean, they had a lot to do with numbers too, um, and cycles. So, um, yeah, I'm kind of seeing that everybody has kind of got their own little cog system. And yeah, then it serves me for being a steampunk type person sometimes. I kind of have some steampunk leanings. But yeah, it looks to me like I keep seeing it presented as like little cogwheels that go together and turn and then come out with a combination. Once again, it's very machine like, isn't it? It's almost like a matrix.
You can say that. I call it a divine matrix because I see there's a lot of divine intervention that has happened in the past that has lead us to where we are now. Because if it wasn't those divine intervention, I think we'd all be in FEMA camps right now. But we're not there. It
None.
it no. So we're on a path of great change. What I see. Um, so especially this year. This year is a very important year. With the seven, it's a high energy year, and also the seven has to do with what was in the dark coming out to the light, and that I see is coming to the highest energy for this year is going to be in September. because the September is a seven universal month, and we're in a seven universal year. So the energy is going to be double in September to really take a deep look at yourself and reflect on yourself. If you didn't do the work, well, then it's going to be hard for you in September, going in October.
Wow, because yeah, that's when my cards say the fall is happening. A great big fall. The fall is
Yeah,
in the fall. Yeah, the fall comes in the fall. So,
yeah,
whoa, get ready for it, people. You've got this summer,
yeah.
and then
This
it
summer,
looks like
this July that we're going in is a five universal month. So July expect starting already with a big transformation. Things coming out, the five with the seven. So things coming out, transformational in the spiritual sense. What was in the dark coming to the light, because I know Mel Gibson. Well, there's a lot of people that were saying that, but I can make Alex Collier, for example, David Icke too. They were talking about the 90s already, about the human trafficking, child trafficking, with that shit. And Mel Gibson is working on a four-part documentary which is going to be released in a few weeks. So that's going to be eye-opening for a lot of people, what's really happening behind the scenes. So that's the start of the dark coming to the light, to people know what's happening and rise above it and stand in their true power, which is going to be next year. The whole world needs to stand in their power. So next year, I'm seeing a lot of more protests is going to happen around the world.
people finally standing up for themselves. That's great.
Yeah.
That's fine for me. However, that kind of speaks of maybe it being a rocky road for a lot of people too. But remember, if we stand up together, it's going to be a lot harder to knock us down.
Yeah.
Get ready. Yeah,
Yeah.
not
That's in.
that much longer. So
Yeah. So
July is going to be a big month now.
July. Yeah.
Big transitional month.
Yeah. Starting in July and September is going to be high, and then yeah, October also. October, because yeah, October is the eighth universal month, and that's going to be a preview for next year, because we're going to be in the eighth universal year. So October is going to be like preview. So well, just look that you're doing something that's benefiting you, working on yourself in October, September, October, especially October, um, and that's going to be amplified next year for you.
Wow. Ooh. I got to think about that one now. And this is a 1 year for me, so I should be doing all kinds of starting over things, shouldn't I?
Yes.
I should
What?
be. I should be doing.
Working on your plans, writing it down, you know,
Maybe writing
visualizing
a
it.
book. Maybe writing a book, writing a,
Yeah,
working on my
th-
plan.
yeah. This is the um yeah. You can it's unlimited possibilities. You can go in all your direction. Is where you want to put your energy into. You want to write a book, you have to put energy into that.
Well, I've also got a, 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 a tarot card deck that I'm kind of working on. I do a lot of things at once. I never have just one project going because I my attention goes off and then I do another project. I'm a typical. That's pretty typical of Sagittarius. That's one of the Sag traits. Because although I'm born in Ophiuchus, Ophiuchus has some Scorpio and some Sag traits. And Sag trait is pretty typical is that we let a lot of arrows fly at once. Um, and got to be careful not to scatter ourselves. So, yeah, I have lots of things I'm working on. I'm working on a new channel that's going to be tarot, just tarot readings, because those seem to be pretty popular right now. And it seems like something I could do. Also, like I said, I'm looking to get a website put together. Um, I might be starting to sell things again. I might be starting up trying to sell things, seeing how I feel about that. Um, but right now, what I really would rather be doing is if I'm going to have a any kind of a business or anything, I would rather not deal with the post because the postal service around here is very sketchy. So,
Yeah, same here in Aruba. I don't trust the postal stuff office of Aruba. I never get the stuff. Ugh. So if I ever order something, I do it through a private company because it always gets lost here. I don't trust them. Yeah.
yeah, I'm not sure I really, yeah, I've had things get lost here. We're kind of out in the country. So I don't know if it's because I'm in an apartment building or if it's because we're out in the country or both or whatever. I know it's not going to be still stolen from my doorstep, but somebody in here can take things and we wouldn't necessarily know. But yeah, I have a lot of things I'm working on, including lots of people have said I need to write a book because I've had a very interesting existence here.
And you choose
So,
that existence.
hmm?
You choose that existence, that experience, on this planet. So
Yes, I know. I keep trying to forgive myself for that, but it's like,
yeah,
why the heck did I choose that? We had a
I,
discussion about this. Why did I choose that? Was I drunk? What? That must have been a heck of a party. It was,
yeah, yeah.
yeah.
Yourself saw it. What I understand, you're getting before we come here, you get the life experience that you're gonna get, and you're like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna do it, But when you arrive here, when we get born, we forget, you know, and we go through
Mhm,
things like, what the fuck did I really choose this? I cannot believe I choose it or choose my parents,
mhm.
but yeah, that happened. But
It looked
apparently,
like a pizza run. It turned out to be a
uh,
pizza with everything.
uh,
Hmm. And yeah, we always yeah. How high were we to pick this, right? But anyway,
I think we
gee,
were
that
high.
must have been pretty. What the heck were we smoking? But anyway,
Uh,
um,
we were high
we thought
because
this was
we weren't in the third density where we made that decision.
right.
No,
Exactly, we
yeah. So
weren't,
I think we
and
were
so it
high.
looked easy. It looked so easy. I know, I
Yeah,
can tell. It was like, oh, that's nothing. We could do that. That'll be interesting.
yeah,
And then we
yeah.
get here and we're like, what? What? Yeah,
Ex-
it's just totally,
But
yeah, Mark, totally WTF. Yeah. Oh boy.
we choose everything.
There's,
We choose everything. Like one, I correlation like with the number one. I see they need to learn to be independent. With women that are with, for example, the 37. My sister is 37. That adds to one. My cousins in the Netherlands too, and I know other people that are also 37. What I've seen with them, they have problem with being independent. When they broke up with one guy, they go to a next one. They cannot be alone, and that's they encounter a lot of problems like that. But it's for their own learning and process to for them to reach the point where they can be independent and not codependent. With the life path 33-6, for example, what I saw with them is they go through a lot of physical abuse that they need to overcome. A lot of them don't overcome it. Like for example, my aunt transitioned early. She didn't couldn't handle it, and I found out afterwards she was a 33 um, and a lot of them has father abuse or some male figure they were abused when they were young. That correlates with all of them, or also what correlates with all of them, they don't have a father figure. The father left early life. So that's the lessons with the 33 that they need to overcome. That they can be the master teacher, master healer. So that's with the 33.
Ah, okay. So interesting. I know that as soon as I got here, like both times, and by that I meant when I first got here as a kid, I was seriously doubting why I came, like wondering what am I doing here? Places inside out, backwards, upside down, you know. And then after I died and came back, I still said that. And all over again. It hit me all over again. The
So wait,
places inside out, backwards, and upside down. What am I doing here? Yeah,
you had a near death experience.
yes, I sure did.
Did
And
you when you got back, did you got extra abilities unlocked?
yeah, I leveled up. I did. Hmm. A lot of us get that when we have the near death experience. I did have extra abilities unlocked, and then although I got to say that some of them seem to have faded a bit or changed form or something because I was getting so much when I first came back. And we surmise it could have been because, when you die, you get a whole bunch of DMT dumped into your blood. So could it be that that was why when I first came back, wow, it was pretty wild, and some of it has been kind of, I don't know if it's diminished or just changed.
But,
Um,
but for you, the experience was pretty real, right? When I imagine you went out of your body, you saw things.
oh yes, I sure did, and I met who I later found out. It took me a while to find out exactly what happened to me there and who I met because I did meet somebody. It wasn't a normal experience at all. Wasn't like everybody else. It did start like everybody else's, but I was only in the garden area for uh like a minute, what seemed to be a minute. All of a sudden I was in a cave with a very, very, very old person talking to me, mind to mind, and no words. But I knew that I was receiving some very important information and that it was going to unpack itself slowly through the years, through time, that it had to be very compressed in order to get it to me. And it was almost as if they had to have that between lives contact or I wouldn't have gotten the information. So there's some kind of information, and that turned out to be later on. I found out that was Thoth's wife. At first, I thought maybe it was Thoth, and then I realized no, that has to be Sesha, Thoth's wife. So she gave me some kind of a packet that a lot of things came out of that, let me tell you. And then from that time on, my life was never the same. Not that it was anything normal before, but it was even more. It was even less normal than before. So,
Can I
yeah,
ask in which year that was? In which year that was
it
when you had
was
that experience?
the same exact day that the shuttle blew up. Remember when
Oh,
the shuttle blew up? It was, and that year has been Mandela affected. So I think it was 86, but uh that that date has actually been Mandela affected in my reality. As a matter of fact, I have had, ever since that happened to me, I have had ever increasing, it seems, personal Mandela effects happen to
Yeah,
me, Mandela type effects. So
I had
things
that.
change for me all the time.
I understand. But that was a big year for you. Starting, that was a big transformation for you. A spiritual awakening, you
Yes,
can say? A spiritual
yes,
awakening.
yes.
Because on this personal level, because I was born in 87, and 87 was also the harmonic convergence year, where a high energy year. So it was universal year 7. But 1986 was 6 years, so it has to do with family orientated responsibility. But on the first nurture energy for the whole world, but on a personal level for you, you were in a personal 7 year. So 7 has to do with what? Going deep in yourself, doing the inner work, having a spiritual awakening, seeing another perspective of things. And that happened to you in exactly with the number, personal year number 7, you had your spiritual awakening. You need that experience then. So it correlates.
Hmm. How bizarre. Yeah, I can't remember how many years ago that was now, but that was a long time ago. And when that first happened, I just got flooded with so many things that it was really wild. And so I went on a search for myself. Like, what does this mean? Why am I still here? What is all this that's happening to me now, you know? And it took a lot of strange twists and turns since then. Um, you know, I even spent, I know a lot of people come out. Well, I knew that death was not what we we're told. Okay. That was one thing I definitely came out with, but I actually spent some years being very depressed. um, being very depressed. One, because after that, it's like, I'm still here. I'm still here. Why am I still here? You know? And and why is it so hard? And why does it hurt so much? Why does it have to hurt so much? I was in a lot of pain. And it wasn't an accident. And um, so there was a lot of damage. I had a long time to think about what was going on, that I was alone. I spent a lot of time alone. So that gave me time to think and meditate. What else was there to do? So
Yeah.
while I was trying to recover from this, which I'm not sure I ever entirely recovered. I don't seem like I ever entirely recovered. My back still I still have problems with my back. It is never 100% healed. Um, I don't know why. I've done a lot. It's better right now, but yeah, it was better for a while, and then I had some things happen, and it got worse again. But it's been something I've been dealing with for a long, long time. It's the wound that I can't seem. I don't want to say it that way. It's the gift that just keeps on giving.
But
But
it's things you can overcome. I know with anything is possible, you can heal everything in your body, but how strong are you mentally? And do you believe that you can do it? No?
well, I've healed most everything now. Even my hair's coming back. Um, I've healed most stuff. I have a few things left, but I also had all kinds of near-death things happen to me. Not just that, but I mean, I was bitten by. was bitten by a brown recluse. I fell through a barn bridge. For a while, it was just like something was trying to kill me, and all the time. And I was just recovering, and something else had tried to kill me, and I wouldn't die, or if I died, I wouldn't stay dead. I used to tease people about it. I guess I'm undead because, uh, you know,
You're
I
like a
came
cat.
back.
You have more than 9 lives.
Yeah, I'm like a kitty cat. But yeah, I had just for a while. That's part of the reason I left my ex is because it seemed like all I was doing was trying to get over being almost killed. And it was very odd. Um, Poisoned. Um, but you know what? It's interesting too, because now I also know you can't kill me until I'm ready.
Yeah.
You're not going to take me out until I'm good and ready to go. You might be able to talk me into leaving at some point. Somebody tried to recently talk me in my meditation. Somebody asked me if I wanted to go, and I almost at one point, and then I said no. Mm-mm, I'm here. I'm here for this. This is what I came for. So I know they can't take me out until I'm done here. I realize I'm done until I decide that I'm done here. So
Yeah, that's what I also came to conclude. You don't die if it's not your time. If you do, you will have a near-death experience and you will come back, for the activation of your abilities. That will help you with your abilities activated, get a higher perspective on it. A lot of people that has like near-death experience, they were looking at life from a different perspective, and that has given them another perspective, a higher perspective, spiritual perspective on life. So
oh, I did. I
absolutely,
had a very different perspective after that. And I drove
yeah,
some of my friends absolutely nuts because, it's like, what happened to her? Yeah. And I'm not even sure I'm the same person. I might be either a different version of me or a walk-in, what they call a walk-in spirit. I was never sure. I have never really come up with an adequate answer for that. Am I truly a different person, or am I just a different version of me? Because I was different. And
hmm.
even my artwork changed. I mean, even my style of artwork changed.
Well, it
So,
depends. It depending if you well, it is different way you can look at it. Yeah, I heard about walking. Not sure about that. What you can see it also another perspective is that you have a different version of yourself as you grow, get wiser, you get more knowledge, you change. So you can
mhm,
see it that you have changed to the higher version of yourself, trying to reach that higher self of yourself.
mhm.
You know, to get there,
Yeah,
you
and
change. You have to shed things that no longer serve you. You know, that's holding you back.
I also was stalked during part of that time. It was
Oh,
like I had to deal with that for a long time. That ended. I had an attachment that nobody seemed to be able to get rid of and might have been contractual that finally left in 20 in 12. Yeah. So that was another big change.
oh yeah,
And
and 2012 was a big year also. 2012 was, I think, a Mandela effect happened there, a reality change, but also was a 5 year. So it was a big transformational year for the whole world.
I think they weren't expecting us to survive it. I think they were expecting us to end the world to end. Whoever was doing things. Let's put it that way, was expecting the world to end because a lot of contracts ended in 12. So that was the year too that a huge solar ejection happened. And we narrowly missed it, very narrowly missed it. And only because it was almost as if it was deflected at the last moment. There's been a lot said about that. Really, there's been a lot of speculation about exactly what did happen in 12. And some
Yeah,
people even believe that we did die in 12, and that's why the Mandela effects, but
but that's the thing. Well, yeah, in 2012, I was already full awake. I was prepared. If something happened, I had water, cans, everything, you know. But
Mhm.
what I understand with the looking glass technology, everything ends also in 2012. And I know they were trying to do something in 2016 too with the
Yes,
Hadron Collider. But what I
yes.
understand, they tried to change it to the new world, let's call it the new world order timeline, but it changed back to the correct timeline. And now we have conversion of two timeline in one. Like how you can say to see this of check with people if they say that the heart, if they say the heart was always in the middle, those are from the new timelines because the heart was actually on the side, bit on the left,
Was to the left, yeah. It
a bit
was
to
when
the,
I was a kid, it was, yeah.
yes, exactly. So now
That's
if you
why
look
you
at
did this. That's why you put your right hand over your heart, which was on the left.
exactly, I always did that, but now the heart is in the middle. So
Is
if you
more in
look
the
at it,
middle.
yeah, it's exactly in the
And that
middle.
is biology. I'll tell you
Yeah,
another one that I noticed that not everybody noticed. Cats used to have nictating membranes in their eyes. Used to be when a cat would fall asleep, you'd see this milky white third eyelid. I haven't seen that in years on a cat now. They have the vestiges of it, just like we do. We have an epithelial fold in the corner of our eye. They do too, but they used to have that third eyelid, and I haven't seen a cat with that third eyelid in years now. I'm not sure when it left, but it left at some point. Cats don't I don't see that anymore. And that
cool.
what really got me wondering. But the first one that really I couldn't I was with somebody else, and at first we both were like, "What's going on?" And then gradually his mind, your mind will always try to make an excuse for it. Okay, that's one thing I've learned. Your mind will always make an excuse for what happened to you to try and fit it into some logical, to try and make it make sense, whether it really makes sense or not. And sometimes you really have to stretch. But we jumped a timeline for sure because we went into not only did the hour change, but the timeline changed when we left. We left for New Orleans. And it was when I went the first time I went to New Orleans. I knew New Orleans was going to be an important trip. When we went to New Orleans together, we were going to come back and go to a Halloween costume party. And we were talking about what we were going to wear. And it was one of his friends, my friend's friends. And, and we were thinking, okay, we got to get back in time for the party because we promised we'd be there. When we got back, not only was it an hour different, and he hadn't changed his watch, not only was it an hour different from his computer, but um and we had some weird things happen on the way down and on the way back too. But when we came back and we said, okay, well, what time is that party again? And she said, what party? The the costume party that we're the Halloween party. And she's like, who's having a Halloween party? It's like she never planned that. She didn't know what we were talking about. And I noticed at first these things were mostly happening at the hinges of the year. And I would have to be very careful because another thing that happened is I would remember people, showing up in Kent. We have the Kent Walk, you know, and people walk around in costumes all through the streets. I remembered somebody showing up as one thing, but they showed up as something entirely different. I remember one person we knew. I remembered her showing up as poison ivy, but she actually showed up to their timeline as a Borg. And I'm like, oh, that's really weird because I remember the whole thing. I remember that whole thing that happened there. So I'm like, okay, wait a minute. And it was just things like that all the way through. And it was usually around the hinges of the year, which is the fall and the spring at the equinox times, close to the equinox times. At one time, in one of the realities I was in, Halloween was when they had the change of the year and the time change. Always occurred on Halloween weekend, but that was a
Hmm.
different time than now. That was a different timeline. Yeah, I can tell you stuff that happened on different timelines I was in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like, that's very interesting. I've experienced nothing like that. What I've experienced is like I do calculation of people life path, and I'm sure of it. I write it down. I write the time and date, and then a few months after, they change. The life path changed. I'm like, what the hell? I calculate. I sure
Yes.
calculated, and it changed. And that happened to me 3 times. And I know, for example, Amber Dawn Rice, she did a calculation, I think, of her pet dog that she had, and it changed too. She remembered it being the ascending and everything, and but afterwards she checked again, it changed. It didn't match. So yeah, I think a lot of people are having like reality shift taking place in their personal life.
My life path at one point, I remember, was a 9,
Was
and
a nine.
now it's a 7. Yes, it was once a 9.
You
Yes.
see?
And that's why I get so confused. It's like, and I have to write things down, and even then, sometimes it changes. And I have to just roll with it and go, oh, ha, ha, my memory.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, that's a bit.
So you've had that happen too. And the numerology just changes.
Yes, people like that too. Yes, that I had that too. Like a guy, I remember him being a life path 9, and when he passed away, I did a calculation again. He was a 3. I'm like, what the hell? I remember him being a 9. Now he's a 3. Was another one. The girl's supposed to be a 9, and the boyfriend a 7. I remember doing that calculation, and now the boyfriend is still a 7, but the girl is a 1.
Yeah, I was a
Yeah.
9 at one time. And that was before I died. After I died, it changed. Yeah. I did. Now you tell me how this happens. Like I said, and the date that I died changed too. The date of that psyop. We'll call it a psyop because those people were found alive, are still alive. Some of them to this day, that supposedly died in
So you're
that
talking about
explosion.
the space shuttle?
Yes.
Yes, I've looked into that. They're all alive. They changed their
Hmm.
name a bit. Ugh,
Yep.
yeah,
That was a psyop.
that was
And
a big
so
fire. Yes.
the date of that actually changed a few times. since I've since that happened to me. The date has changed. The date of my death, the date of my marriage. I couldn't tell people when I got married because it just kept changing. I couldn't tell people when I got divorced because it kept changing. I couldn't. I sounded like a complete idiot. It's like I'd have something written down and it would turn out to not be that when you'd look it up again.
Yes,
Uh,
I have that
so I've been
experience.
all over the place.
Yeah, you've seen it physical, especially with the costume party. That you remember one person coming dressed one way, and then afterwards another, another dress. So that's a bit confusing. Yeah, I haven't experienced that, but I know the reality is changing, or they're trying to play with it. I think it's a timeline war going on. To tell the truth, there's a timeline war going on. They're trying to change it, but it's like getting all
Yes.
corrupt. Yeah,
Yes, I had like the one that really got me was a whole building. And I couldn't deny it because there was this place as I was going to Columbus, I would always stop at a certain place. Actually, I intended that I was going to be able to get a latte. You know, if they can have a coffee, why can't they have a latte machine at like a pop machine? And they did get one. I found I could intend things and it would show up, right? But then this place that I would always get my coffee latte in the machine changed. And I mean, it had been a little Starvin' Marvin, like gas station type convenience store. And then just slightly up from that was a diner, truck stop type place. After a while going up and down there, I stopped at the same place that I always stop at, and there's a big sign there, great big sign, and I get off and I go up, and it's like somehow, the diner and the little convenience shop had merged, and it was like slightly up an incline from each other, but they had somehow merged, and I was so shocked, and I walked in, and it had only been a few months since I'd been there, and I'm confused. And I walk in, and another thing I intended, they had showers now. They had a TV place. They had what they called a Starvin' Marvin complex. I never heard of such a thing. Starvin' Marvin was this little, food that you get at the convenience gas station. That's all it ever was. It wasn't a complex. And I walked in and I'm like, I'm in the Twilight Zone. Where the hell is Rod Serling? Where is he? And here's a gift shop. They got a gift shop? What? They got a gift shop? And I'm in the gift shop looking around. That was formerly just a little gas station. And I mean, one of the little old gas stations, not one of the super stations or anything. And I'm like, oh, wow, this is nice. When did this happen? When did this they come up with this nice gift shop and this Starvin' Marvin complex and everything? I'm like, this
baffled.
was only months, and I'm like, when did this happen? And she goes, oh, 7 years ago. 7 years. And I'm like, oh, interesting. And I'm thinking, 7 years ago? I've been coming here for more than 7 years. You weren't ever like this before. This was never like this before. And you could walk up and go into the diner area from the gas station. It's like, okay. And then I had to sit there a long time and ask myself exactly what reality was. It really brought me up short. It was like, okay, wait a minute, wait a minute. Are all my memories completely effed up?
No, I don't think you're after. That it could be the question that come. But I've heard like stories like that, like people stepping into parallel universe. I think you step into a parallel universe there.
I think so too. And it's been like that since. I haven't been there for a long time, but every time I went after that, that's what I was in. And it's like somehow I jumped a timeline. So I'm like, okay, this is weird. And then, like I said, it was like seemed like every October and then in the spring, something would
Mm.
change, something massive would change. And I couldn't tell anybody because they thought it was just, no, I couldn't tell anybody about it.
Yeah, I think you're crazy. They send you to asylum or something.
Yeah,
Yeah. Oh,
you
yeah.
need a shrink. I figured that out pretty early. So it's like when I made a mistake, and sometimes I would make a mistake and I would say something about it, and people would say, that isn't what happened. And instead of arguing, I just, oh, you're right. Oh, you're right. Yeah. Really good at doing that. So, yeah, it's like ever since I died, it's been just weird on weird, which is probably one of the reasons why I kind of lean toward the matrix theory that we're in some kind of matrix because the numbers syncing up, the timelines being able to be changed. I worked on a project that was um, a matrix, what was basically the very, very, very beginnings of a matrix like project, okay, for a while as a designer. Not professionally. I was not doing it professionally, but I was part of the people researching it. Let's call it a research group. Because of my friend who I'd gone to New Orleans with, by the way. So he invited me into that to so I designed things for it. So I actually saw the very beginnings of that. And I realized at one point that I was somehow I had never seen the Matrix movie. I'd never read the Matrix. I guess it's a book too. But at some point there were people around town that kept calling me that introduced me as the Oracle. I didn't know what that was until I saw the movie.
Oh yeah. The Oracle.
And I'm like, is that and one of my friends said, yeah, what did you think we were talking about? I was like, I had no idea.
But
And one of the exits from the Matrix is in the town, is in the same town. And I realized it's like, okay, that's too weird. It's Lake and Erie, which was the street corner that I played on when I was a street musician, or something like that. I think it was Erie and was it Erie and Water? Was it Erie? I forget. But it was like there was some reference in the Matrix that I'm like, wait a minute, that's the street corner that I played on, and I did see a phone ripped off the wall, a pay phone ripped off the wall. What the F? Well, I was watching that movie going, no, no, like that.
I I know Keanu Reeves was. He said the movie is more like a documentary. And what I know about that movie, The Matrix, the original writer was Sophia Stewart, a Black American lady, and the original book was called The Third Eye. It was called The Third Eye, and they changed it to The Matrix. Yeah. She also,
Ah,
yeah, it was called The Third Eye. That's the original. She also wrote about the Terminator. It all came through her. She had a long battle with Hollywood, I think 20, 30 years, but afterwards she won the case that she is the original
she
writer.
wrote Terminator. There was things in the Terminator that
Yeah,
synced up too. I'm like,
yes,
oh,
the Terminator and the Matrix they're together. I think the Terminator is the past, and then the Matrix is the future, something like that.
oh gosh, I'm feeling that feeling again. Like now I'm beginning to feel it, that same old feeling like this place doesn't even exist. This place doesn't even exist. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm having an existential crisis right now. That's okay. I'm used to it. Which is why I make jokes because it covers up the glitches,
Yeah,
the shifts, covers up the
getting
shifts.
getting the puzzle together. You see, Scotty Boy says yes. I saw that they're all tied in. Yeah, it was written by the same person, Sophia Stewart. Yeah, Skynet. I think Google is Skynet, but or maybe now Elon Musk, but that's another question. That's another thing. But they're not gonna. There's also a problem with the AI right now, the alien AI. That's why they want to inject people with the shit shot. Has the nanoparticles in it, connect to the 5G. The AI can surf around on the 5G, but I don't think they're gonna succeed with it. To tell the truth. So no fear.
No, well, no, they're not going to succeed. We're not going to allow that. Because, like I said, I've discovered I'm God and so are you.
Yes, we're
And we
co-creating.
say no. We
Yeah, and by
say
you
no, they're not going to succeed. So they won't.
and you by raising you by everybody working on themselves, raising the frequency, your magnetic field and electrical field from the heart go more than 6 feet. So you'll be affecting all the people around you, in your building, you'll be affecting all of them with your energy field.
Yeah. Well, they don't all appreciate it though. In fact,
Screw
they
them.
don't.
You're doing it for the
See,
best. You
people
didn't.
either really like me or they really think I'm a freaking weirdo. One or the other.
You just have to forgive them because they don't know what they're doing or saying. You know,
Yeah, that's nice. Somebody else famous said the same thing, you know?
Jesus or Joshua.
Yeah, Jesus Christ said the same thing.
Yeah,
They don't know.
yeah,
I'm like, yeah, I get you, dude. Yeah.
yeah.
It's like they
Um,
don't know where they're, yeah. I'm trying to help you out here, folks, but no, that's
yeah, if
okay.
they don't, but you need feedback of people. Otherwise, if you really go help people, then, but how you doing is the energy. So they compass your energy will affect them. But on like talking one on one, if you don't have a feedback of that person, because that person needs to be willing to, and if there's no feedback, then it's waste of energy. But don't underestimate the power of planting a seed. You know, like in the future, then or a few months, things happen to their life. They're like, oh, that
And they
person,
go,
yeah, that
oh,
wasn't crazy after all. You know, things like that. They something click in
or
the
20
mind.
years later, they go, how did you know that?
Exactly,
Or
exactly.
40 years later, they go, how did you know that? Yeah, I've
Yeah.
had that 40 years later. How did you know that? Well, I don't know. I just go, eh. But yeah, but you're the guest here. So what about you? I mean, obviously you've had some glitches in the matrix. What the heck? What happened? So you've had some quote unquote Mandela like effects, right?
Yeah, with the writing. in my book. I have another book somewhere that I write. And yeah, things have changed. That's the only weird stuff I experienced with the Mandela effect is the life path number change because when I write something, I write the time and date that I wrote it down. So this I can trace back. Okay, I write it that day. I write that time. So I and few months afterwards, I saw it change, and I written it down, and it changed. I'm like, okay, Then it happened two more other times. I'm like, okay, there's something happening with this reality because it's not one. It happened three times. So that's yeah, my experience, you can say, with the Mandela effect. And I know, like, where there's a lot of divine intervention that has happened. I know in the US, there's a lot of people, for example, or the whole media is bashing on Trump, for example. But Trump was put there. Trump wasn't in the plan, the elite plan, because after Obama shit run, Hillary, the witch herself, it was planned to go there and then bring America to a war. I know Credo
Yeah.
Mutwa.
See, that's what I think too. And just earlier today on Max Vision, somebody was talking about how Trump was a plant because there was a character named Trump in a Twilight Zone that wanted the wanted the people in a village to build a wall to save them from destruction or something. And but yeah, he was arguing that Trump was an actor too. I'm not sure.
I,
To
I,
tell you the
I
truth,
yeah, the research that I've got, I don't think. Well, he cannot do everything because the dark cabal, the sorcerers, they still have few powers here, few machines that they can use, like the direct energy weapon they have at their disposal. So,
yes. And if you are targeted, you one of your symptoms will be losing your teeth. I
oh,
can tell
okay.
you that. Yeah, because it's the easiest thing for them to get to because it's you're part of your bone structure and because your mouth is a natural that your teeth are going to be affected usually they're I can't even tell you how the trail of research I did to find this out, but a lot of truthers have had all kinds of trouble with their teeth because and with their health and in various ways have had um, strange health issues that aren't easy to explain or get rid of and stuff. I mean, I am finally at a point now where I'm past a lot of it, but for years I was really under it. I was really under it. And I mean, and I know a little bit about who they are. I, we
Yeah,
had
that's
a
a
that's
spiritual. There's a spiritual war going on too. Yes, you're right. This with the black sorcerers also. They're working for the elite. Yeah.
hi
Yes.
Karen Lynn. Yeah. And really we saw I got to see them but in the etheric, and we actually fought a battle. Me and one of my other stalked friends fought a battle with a group that had been bothering people for quite some time. Um, and I have even gone into it on this channel. I've talked about it on this channel. But they're from what we would consider underground under us.
Oh
And
yes, that I understand. Right now, a lot of people. Well, I know if it went in high gear in 2020, it went to high gear, but right now it's still happening. There's dumps, a lot of people don't know, there's deep underground military bases and there's ancient caverns too that connect like Alaska, Canada, USA, all in Central America, Mexico, Costa Rica, go to Colombia, Venezuela, go to Brazil,
mm,
and also in the Caribbean and also in Europe. There's underground caverns. And right now, there's battle taking place right now.
there
Some
is.
of
I
they,
guarantee there is. Yes.
yeah, there's a battle with the humans what I understand, the raptors beings has aligned with the humans because their queen, they're native to this planet. They look like the T-Rex but small. In Jurassic Park, those
Right.
are the
Right.
ones they
The
communicate.
raptors.
Yeah, the raptors.
Yes.
They're smart. They're telepathic, what I understand. And their
Yes.
queen had a vision that if they don't align themselves with a human, their race doesn't stand a chance of what's coming.
They're toast. Well, we
That they
are
are.
darn creative and very um, stubborn,
Yes.
shall we say.
So
So
what I understand, the raptors are with the humans, the soldiers. They're fighting right now against the Dracos in underground caverns because there's a whole network of human trafficking and adrenochrome happening underground. So this
I know,
battle
and
going on.
part of my sleep time, I'm there doing things.
Mm,
I fight in the etheric, and I know that because I only know that I've had some incidents that proved it to me that that is what I'm doing, but they say, my guides tell me that I don't want to remember what I'm doing because it's actually very gruesome. The conditions are extremely gruesome and can actually make you crazy. A normal person, anyway.
yes,
Can
what I
there are
understand.
people coming out of that with, say, severe psychosis and
Yes,
brain
you're right.
trauma.
Yeah, I heard that too. What they encounter down there, what they see, a lot of them go into, yeah, is they cannot believe it and what the situation is down there. Yeah, 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 it's very hard for them psychologically. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I
So
don't,
I have chosen to not remember intentionally what I am doing, but I know that I'm helping with that. And I know because I could hear during 20, I think it was 20, I could hear around here. I know that there's an underground here because I worked there. I worked for one of the corporations that has had underground complexes doing mail. And the underground system is extensive under Akron and Cleveland um, and I'm sure it reaches out pretty far into the burbs, under the burbs too. And while I was here, I had moved here and I heard booms and bangs and gunshots, and there's absolutely nothing going on out there. But I heard them like a distance. But I know what's here. And the factories and everything are all shut down. What the heck?
yeah, a
So,
lot of the earthquakes that's coming on the scale, people are seeing some of them are not natural. Some of them is of the underground battle that's going on.
right. I oh, the guides getting hijacked. Yes, that was something that did happen. And we had to do some weeding. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, Scotty. I had that same problem. I had to get rid of some of them too. So, but yeah, but there are creatures that are radioactive that don't like humans. They are strong because they're in a horde, basically. Thing is, humans are incredibly, once you get used to it, humans are kind of weak physically on the physical plane compared to some of these things. But in the etheric, we can really kick some ass. I mean, even if you're not physically strong, there are many of us that are kicking ass right now in the etheric. So don't sell yourself short. You might be one of them. If you can't remember your dreams, you might be one of them. But, or if you feel like you might be doing something like that, you really might be. And I had to admit that to myself at some point. I had to say, okay, that's what I'm doing because I mean, I had um, one example was I was with somebody who was getting ready to die, and I was comforting that person, and the next day I heard the exact situation that I was in when I was talking to that person. So, um, but I know I bilocate and I know I travel. So, I mean, I know I can do that. I do that most of my work. I do remote. So, whatever, I don't care to, I don't care to remember some of it. I'm sure I will, I'll be glad to not. And maybe I never will. And maybe, until after, long after I've left here and can handle
Maybe.
it. I don't want to know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, Emmett.
Yeah. Hey, Emmett. Everybody in the chat.
You
Oh,
want
we
to
can
get
have.
your numbers done by the expert here, Mr. Alexander, the great numerologist, Ganga
Well,
Shaman.
yeah. I smoke a lot of ganja, and why the shaman? Because two shaman has told me that I need to go onto the shaman path. So I'm
I
on the
believe that's
shaman path.
true. I know. I had to admit I was a shaman. You know what? Let me tell you something, Alexander. The shaman life chose me. Just
Yes,
tell people. Like the thug life chooses you. No, the shaman life chose me.
yes,
Is what it feels like. You really chose it, but you chose
yes,
it, but it feels like it
yeah.
chose you.
It goes both ways. You can look at both ways. I know this year with being a seven is a good year to do like a mushroom mushroom ceremony in a meditative way that will also enhance your
Oh, I'd love to
spirituality.
do that. I may have to go somewhere to do it. I haven't been able to get anything like that to happen around here. But
It's gonna come in the future in the right time.
yeah, yeah. Well, Cowboy thinks so. You heard him say so right there. Or at least that's what I heard. He's agreeing with you. You want to come up here? Come on. Okay. You have anything to say to your adoring fans? There they are. They want to see you. They love to see you, knucklehead. Come here. Show the people your pretty face. There you are. Wish
Lol.
I knew your numbers, Mr. Cat. There he is. Okay, you've had your dose of cowboy now. Everybody happy. Mr. Purr. Okay, so what were you saying now? Yeah, it
Um,
was like, but Cowboy was agreeing though.
Lol. I see Emma says you're a 13. Oh no, just kidding. Oh, that right, to calculate your life path number, I need your whole date of birth, and then I can give you personally a number too. And I saw a person ask if there's a bad guide. Well, depending on your energy state, you yeah, depending on your energy state, what you will have around you, your mindset. Oh, Emmett, you're at 22. Interesting. So what do you
Damn
want to see?
it!
There's not much people that are life path number 22. That's the master builder. So what your desire is to build something is going to be long lasting. What do you
You've
want to
been
build?
holding out on us, Emmett.
Yeah,
You've been
but
holding out on us acting like a regular guy. Girl. Guy.
you're not. Yeah, there's not much people that are 22. I can give you an example of a 22. The guy that built Coral Castle in Florida, he was little, and he had a not ability, with technical ability to move those stones with frequency by himself. He built the whole thing by himself, and he
Mm-hmm.
he is still there. So that's the um, master number 22 is known as the master builder. You're going to build something going to be long lasting. So if you're not really building something, then you're not at the vibration of the 22. You're at the 4 then, because the 22 is the higher vibration of the 4. You're then, because in master number, in numerology, people that has master number has the option to do more. So they're gonna encounter then more lessons, more things they need to overcome to be the master number, the master intuitionist, which is the 11, or the master builder, the 22, the master teacher or healer, guider, which will be the 33, or the master alchemist, manifester, or archetype, which is the 44. So then you're at the 4. If you're not thinking of doing big, it's good. You have the option, but then you're at the 4 level, then you're living life in the 4 energy, which is good. You have the choice, but it comes with more responsibility and more lessons that you have to overcome.
Oh boy, you could be a 22 or you could be a 4. Oh, but you
And
just want to be a 4, huh?
yeah, that's with the master number. A lot of them don't, because they cannot handle it. They just live the life. They have the option. They can live the life as normal, but they have the ability to do more, affect more people, inspire more people, help more people. You know, that's with the 22. I've encountered another 22 just wants to live life normal, which is good. And I encountered another one which also had a past life of near-death experience, got a spiritual ability. He's thinking he's at 22, but he has his ego and emotions to deal with to fully embody that. He's too much into the ego. So that could be a problem too.
I got a weird question, and there may not be an answer that anybody knows right now, but just a thought question, just because we do a lot of discussions, weird, deep discussions. That's what we're known for here. Yep. Um, you said that these other people that were a 9 became another number. Is there
Yes.
any correlation between the numbers they became? Does anybody have a theory on why a 9? What is a 9? What is specific to a 9?
And 9 is the humanitarian number. So they're gonna be working mostly a lot with people and problems that they need to overcome, with mostly with with people. One thing I've encountered with the 9 that they need to overcome, there's a big problem with them, is jealousy and envy. That's with the 9, jealousy of people. You just have to be, they need to learn to be satisfied with what they have and be happy for other people, and don't come as the jealousy or childish way. Um, yeah, that's with the 9.
I'm just trying to come up with what it would be about a 9 that would either make you or somebody else decide that you were going to be something besides a 9.
I don't
You
know.
know, I mean,
That's something
because
that,
the 22-4 thing kind of came up. I'm like, okay, you can choose to be a 22 or you can choose to be a 4, but what if, something is particularly daunting to us and we say, nah, I'm wondering now. We say, nah,
yeah,
I'd rather be a 7, you know.
is, well, yeah, maybe with you, because you said first you were a 9 and then it changed to a 7. So the difference with the 7 and the 9 is the 7 is more analytical, more mind, very spirit, more mind, and the 9 is more emotion. It's a lot more has to do with emotion, but the 7 is more analytical, more the mind, looking through things, doing deep research, doing the inner work. You know, that's why a lot of people are spiritual. People are 7.
That's
Shaman,
what
a lot of
happened.
shaman are. are seven. Shamans, a lot of them are seven. I was
What
born
if
in a
that's
7 year.
exact?
I was born in a 7 year. So, yeah, it was a very high spiritual year.
And oh, hmm, how interesting. So people who were born last year are going to be very, or okay, okay, okay.
Like
Hmm.
with oh yeah, that's the generation. Like for example, this year the people that are born this year are in the seventh energy, seventh generation. Let's say call it
Born
seventh
this
generation.
year, yeah, born this.
Yes. So the seventh generation are like the rebels, the one that's not gonna go with the system that easily. They put it that way. They're gonna rebel a lot against the system. So those are the, yeah, the seven. The one that, for example, if you're born in a 6 year, the six has to do with nurture, helping others, service to others. Like a lot of nurses are six life path. And one thing I saw with the six life path is that they need to learn to set boundaries with themselves because they love to help people. So they feel good helping people, but they forget about themselves. And and a lot of people misuse them for their kindness. So with them is to learn to set boundaries and use your intuition, see who's who. And if the person doesn't need help, or you see the person not changing, don't keep investing because you're bringing yourself down. A lot of them put their health, they prioritize other people before their health, and that's a problem with them that they, after a while, they go down very fast. So with the life path, um, six is they need balance in life. Right? Yeah, balance is key in everything, but with them is balance on helping people and also don't forget themselves.
So the ones that are born this year, but you know what? If you knew that and understood that, could that also be a reason? Maybe I'm overthinking this, but that seems to be part of my job, my life path number. But if you knew these things in advance, wouldn't you be trying to stop certain types from being born if you were
Well,
evil, say?
yes,
Like,
that's why they're pushing now on because the children are being born right now, or a lot of them are on a higher energy frequency with the DNA already intact. So that's why right
exactly.
now, coincidentally, they say, oh, another pandemic is gonna come in 2025. What? 2025 is a 9 year, rounding things up, coming to completion. They want to round it things up for on their side in that year. And what they're going now, they're saying it's going to affect the children. That this new thing is
Yes,
going to go
yes.
after the
The
children.
next thing, the next thing they're cooking up is to affect the children. Exactly.
Yeah. So they want to stop the children. Because the children are the future. That's why they're also pushing the LGBTQ, confuse the children. There's more than two genders and all that shit. It's all for the confusing and damaging the children. You damage the children, you damage your future. You don't have a future then. So we have to protect children.
Yes. Okay. So, well, see, one of the things that I do is that I try not to get too in depth because that would hurt me, but I do look at all these little new bits of news, and that's how I kind of can, it starts to congeal into a picture. And then I can see the plan from looking at all these little bits. And that's another little bit to this, what they're going to do. And that's also how I'm really good at knowing what they're going to do next. Because I was always really good at going, they're going to do this next. But you're right. Donald Trump he jumped out of, just jumped right out of
What
left
I understand,
field.
he wasn't.
As far as I
Um,
could see, Hillary was due to get it. Hillary was due to get it. And then all of a sudden, it was like burp, and there was Trump. And it was like Trump was suddenly, one of my astrologer friends said, no, Trump's going to get it. And this is why. I'll show you. I'm there going, dang, you're right. He is going to get it. And he did. And it was out of left field. So I don't know if somebody was planning it. I'm not even sure Donald is sure that it was or knows that, you know.
what
But
what I
he
understand,
was.
he's not working alone. And there was a guy, Clement. Clement. His last name is Clement. He prophesized Trump, a person coming into the establishment that's gonna shake things up. And I think he transitioned right 2 weeks when Trump won it. But before, years before 2016, he was prophesying God is gonna send somebody to shake things up, and take this country direction it needs to go. And right
That's
now,
what I was seeing too. He was a wrecking ball. He was a
yeah,
wrecking ball. He
he
was
was.
just wrecking, just knocking shit down right and left. Yeah.
Yeah, he also passed like the anti-human trafficking act that they started
Right.
going, and so he's aware. And what I understand, he's not working alone. This high, actually, the military asked him to run because they wanted to do a takeover, but you will start a civil war. That's what they're trying to avoid, is a civil war in the U.S. I don't know how long they're gonna
Yeah.
avoid that, but
Because
my
we were ramping up to that. That was another thing the astrologer said. He said we're in the same kind of conditions, the same numerology, the same numbers, the same planets as the not the American, the Revolution, or no, the Civil War.
no, but that's the
He
thing.
said,
What you said. Oh, sorry. What you said about there, where if I look at the planet with the Pluto generation, right now we're in Capricorn. The Pluto is in Capricorn. So the people born on now are Pluto in Cap. Yeah, right now are
my
Pluto in
progress
Capricorn.
chart is Capricorn from Ophiuchus, so this
Oh, okay,
affects me. But go ahead.
okay. Well, we're in, and you know when that started? In 2008, when U.S. had the financial crash that started. And the last time we were in a Pluto in Capricorn, the American Revolution took place and the French Revolution. And now we're back in that in 2008. And since then, there were a lot of things that started to happen. And it ends next year in March. Yeah, next year, March, April, when you have the crossing in US, which is going to mark an X, the eclipse. So I see in next year, yeah, something's going to happen with the financial state of the world for sure. And more and more
Yeah.
people, it correlates with the number, and more people there's gonna be more protests around the world against the corrupt government. That's gonna, it has to go that way for a change to happen, you know. So right now
Hey,
the revolution
hey,
of the
Heather Dawn came in.
Heather
Hi.
done? Oh, hey, Heather. Yeah, the revolution of the consciousness is what taking place right now, and that's gonna be happening on a global scale.
Okay, Scotty, I'm gonna answer that from the way I see it. Is what is important is that people are beginning to feel like maybe, just maybe, they do have some power. Whereas we spent a lot of time feeling disempowered. Now, by crashing Bud Light and forcing Target to change, people are beginning to feel like maybe they can change things. This is actually monumental, and if they don't think so, they have overlooked something huge.
Yeah,
Okay? Because as soon
completely
as
right.
people have a spark of hope, oh, they're going to jump on that. And now they're going to wield it. And that is why we're going to see all these revolutionary things happen. Because people have realized, wait a minute, maybe I have some power. Watch it happen.
Yeah, you're completely
Yes,
right.
it is a double-edged sword. Yeah. It's a double-edged sword. Yes, of course it is. It might even be a triple-edged sword, dear. You remember what was that? Babylon 5. I forget what the species was called, but they were the ones that had the bones on their heads, and they said the truth is a triple-edged sword. Oh, and the Vorlons. The Vorlons were supposedly like the archangels almost, and because they knew everything right and could do almost anything, and very, very advanced, and yeah, I heard that a lot. The truth is a triple-edged sword. So maybe it is. A lot of science fiction is disclosure.
Yes, that's true.
Hmm.
Yeah, I know they have.
Yeah.
Okay, here's another thing. Now we're talking about these parallel realities and all of that. I don't know if you encounter a book called The Last President. Talk
The
about
last what?
the last president.
President. No, not yet. But I'll have to look at that, into that, if I can
Yeah,
remember.
and I think it's
Unless
called
that changes too.
I think it's also one called The Adventure of Baron, which a lot of it seems like what I see. There's also people saying that apparently I know they have time travel machine because that book talk about
Isn't
the
Baron the
character.
one that's grown like a weed and like taller than both his parents already and possibly has tall white genes in him, maybe? That'd be fun,
Could
wouldn't it?
be, could be. Yeah, it could be that book is talk about Baron Trump actually, the son of Donald Trump being a time traveler and
Hmm.
changing stuff. So, and that book was wrote in early 1900, late 1800. So more than 100 years ago. Could have been went back in time. It was all planned from then. Oh yeah, Scotty
Okay.
says the time traveling Baron Trump. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, late 1800s. Yeah.
Independence Day is full moon Sagittarius?
Mm,
Really? Wow. Sagittarius full moon. Yes, it would be. Wow.
on,
That's going to be
I know
because
on the
Sagittarius is about freedom. Yeah, Sagittarius is all about don't fence me in.
yeah, okay, okay,
Yeah.
because on the
What?
4th of July I know there's a documentary coming out, a very important one called Sound of Freedom.
That is a Sag thing. All, oh boy. It's true. I knew it. This is going to be a huge 4th of July. Let me tell you, this is going to be huge. If it's a full moon in Sag, holy moly. Yes, that the reverberations are going to be felt from that because that's just like he said, like a seven doubled. That's going to be the urge for freedom doubled because Sagittarius cannot stand to be pinned up. They can they want one of the things they most want is fairness, Okay, they like to see fairness. They don't like things that are unfair. I know because I studied this. This was what I thought my sign was before I knew I was Ophiuchus, and maybe I wasn't always. Maybe that was also a Mandela effect. But um, yeah, the way Sages are on the 4th of July, that's going to be so fun to watch. But look out. It's fiery because it's a fire sign.
Oh, fire.
Ooh.
That's gonna
And the
ignite
Sag
something.
goes barreling into things. It's very projective energy. Ooh. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just musing.
Oh no, and it's also with what you're saying is it's cool to listen to the astrology aspect of it because yeah, it correlates with the numerology aspect also that um July is going to be a transformational month. Something coming out in combination with the seven also spiritually it is going to ignite something. Something's going to
Yes.
be igniting July.
Oh, well, that certainly would go along with what I've been feeling because I've been feeling that this Independence Day is going to be a big one, and that would help explain why it would be particularly fiery. And you got to watch it because there might even be some incidents with fireworks or fires or something because it's that would double the fire. Oh, geez. And yeah, and the independence urge, the freedom urge, the need for fairness. Look at what's going on in our world. People feel you are beginning to see how unfair it is, how unbalanced it is, unequal, two-tiered justice system,
Yes,
things that
exactly.
the Sag cannot bear to look at. It cannot bear it. Yes. Ooh, yes. Oh,
Everything everything is going to be shown for what they are. You know, that's why we
yes,
live. Yeah, we live in an exciting time. Truth is coming out. Things are going to be changing on this planet. It's not going to be the same as it was. So we're in a transitioning
yes.
period, and it's awesome time to be alive because this control on this planet has been going on for long, long time, and finally everything is going to come to an end, and we're here.
I'm excited to
Yeah,
see
we're
what's
here.
going to go on. I'm very excited. I'm
Yeah.
not afraid. I'm excited. And there is you got to learn that maybe sometimes when it sounds scary, maybe you're really just excited. But you have 5 placements in Leo. Fire. Yeah. Fire, 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 fire. Yeah, and I have Aries rising, so yeah, I'm kind of fiery. But mm, amazing. And then I guess in my progressed chart, that turns into a Pisces. So I'm fire water, which is really alcohol.
Yeah,
Alcohol fueled.
out of us.
Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, liar pants on fire. Yeah, you know what? Maybe no one's gonna have any pants left after. Maybe none of the liars are gonna have any pants. They'll all join. And Scotty will
Yeah.
be, I am now your leader. Oh, baby.
Well, you're gonna see a lot of people with no pants walking around. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
maybe walking around
Yeah,
without their pants and
yeah.
burn marks, scorch marks on their butts. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. It'll be interesting to see what happens. And you know what? Usually, a lot of times, things don't happen right on the day, but that's activates something. Something gets activated on that day. So it could be that that day may or may not be particularly wild, but something will be triggered, activated, and it'll
Yeah,
be wild.
because I know that day they're gonna release the documentary Sound of Freedom, And few days afterwards, you have the 777 spiritual awakening. And I don't know if Mel Gibson is going to release his documentary about the human trafficking, child trafficking, which involve also Ukraine, around that time. But it's going to be around that time that Mel Gibson is going to release his documentary, a four-part one. So expect a lot of things to come out in July. It's gonna ignite a lot of people. Let me put it that way. It's gonna be igniting a lot of people's fire.
Oh, yes, there will be ignition. Yes, Houston, we have ignition.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. This will be interesting. Very interesting. Very. Oh, I'm loving this. This show is great. This show has gone just great. And it got off to a kind of rocky start I am undergoing a lot of changes around here. But yeah, but this show is turning out to be even better than I hoped for. So
It's
very
all
good to
divine.
have you on, Alexander. Really, you're so cool to talk to. I love you.
I
You're
appreciate this too. I just go with the divine flow, you know, this is all divine. So
yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, I think shamanism, um, it's more real than, religions. I mean, it's considered a religion, I guess, in some circles, but but really, religions are more of a dogmatic type thing. It's like a codified thing. Shamanism is more of a natural inclination.
yeah,
Like I said, it's like it chooses you. You're dealing with nature. You're dealing with the elements, and you're dealing with nature, and you're not. And quite often, shamans will be contraries and not go by anybody's rule. Throw
yeah.
all
But
the rules out the door.
you just want to say on the shaman part, you have also in different ranks, you have also negative shaman. I've not
Yes.
ever I've encountered personally where you can say those are the dark sorcerers, but just know
Oh,
they're gonna be
yes.
dealt with. Because I can give an example. There was one that
I've
I
run
was.
into them.
Oh, you run into them?
Go
Yeah.
ahead and give your example. Yes.
Oh, okay. There was one lady. I think this happened in 2011. She had a spiritual awakening, and I remember saying she's gonna go to Peru to have. She was working in the media, but she found out how corrupt the media is and shit. And she went to Peru. I think it was South America. I think it was Peru to have do ayahuasca. And in when she's having the experience, she was touched sexually by the shaman, and that wasn't allowed. And the spirit got mad at him, and the spirit has dealt with him too. But I understand they kill him. He was eliminated. They eliminated because he crossed the boundary. He wasn't allowed to do that. So you have few shamans that do it for their own shit, and not for service to others, actually helping. But they're gonna be dealt with too because everything that we do is being seen and recorded. Is You cannot escape. Everything you do think is being recorded. So you're not gonna escape karma. Let me put it that way.
Mm-hmm. Well, Scotty, and I did want to answer Scotty. We have to call it something, Scotty. But there isn't, if there is, if there's some codified rules to being a shaman, I'm probably breaking them
Well,
because I ain't read none of them. Okay. All I have read is that quite a few shamans are actually contraries who, the contrary shaman is one of the strongest ones. That he actually defies not only defies physics but defies logic as well.
they have other way of seeing it. For example, in US, a person then in the Western medicine, they will see. I can give a lot of examples that would actually happening, but let me go with this with the shamanism. Um, if a person has schizophrenia, is seeing vision or hearing things, they will see, oh, this person is crazy, and they give them pills to suppress it. But if you go
Right.
to a shaman, they
They
will say,
tried
oh,
that with me too. Yes.
exactly. So if you go to a shaman, they will look, oh, you have a spiritual gift, and they will teach you how to work with it, how to control it. You know, so
Hmm.
they see it different way. They see it as, oh, it's something bad, but they say, oh, it's an ability. And they suppress you with pharmaceutical drugs, which is sorcerer's drug, if you translate it from Greek. So it's all sorcerous, negative, dark energy that's doing it, and you put in your body. So your body has to recover twice when you put those pills in your body.
Yes. Yes. I know. They tried to give me well, because I was very depressed, and it was because I could see what was going on.
I can
I
understand that.
mean, I could see what was happening, and it was very depressing to me. And that was because at the time I was trying to be, I was looking into different religions. I looked into a lot of them, and was trying different things. Like, did this feel right? Did this feel right? Did this feel right? I was in a coven for a while. I did look into, because it was being kind of pushed, I did look into voodoo. I realized it was not me. Um, I looked into, oh,
Yeah, I look
various
into voodoo. Voodoo too. Here in the Caribbean, there's very well, especially in Haiti, they're into that. I know a aunt of mine, a big aunt. She was. They put something on her because when I saw her, she was good, and afterwards she looked like they suck her energy out. So yeah, they do that here. But I also don't mess with voodoo people because they invoke shit. They invoke shit to come in them, or they
Yep.
send first. So I want to understand, maybe there's a white side of voodoo. I don't know, but I don't
They
really
were
care to
working on
understand.
me real hard to be a voodoo, real hard. I even remember being in somebody else's body, and they were using somebody else to do stuff to me. They were actually using another person. I remember I was seeing through the other person's eyes, and I did see a doll. I saw a doll. I saw somebody's room from the viewpoint of being a doll. And I said, okay. And I cut the cords with it. You see, I did some things I wasn't supposed to do because I can do the bilocating thing. I reversed something. I can reverse it too. I mean, if you make a connection with me, I can reverse it and go and spy on you, which I don't think they were expecting. But yes, I have run into some very dark people. And I mean, I've run into online mostly, and in etheric, people who are extremely dark. And those creatures that we fought were connected to a group of people doing a ceremony. It was a whole it was a whole network of nasty stuff. And um, I also ended up having, see, that's why, okay, oh, now I see. I did tell the story on my channel of meeting somebody who actually was in the Illuminati families that were doing the child torturing and stuff, but I didn't realize it at the time. And I did tell the story on this channel. I don't know how well I told it, but yeah. And I act that's why I'm working on it now in the etheric. I just realized And I met her when I was very young. And she said, no, there must be no connection between us. My parents are very evil. Her sister was threatening to kill herself because she didn't want to go along with the program. Very young. We were only, I think it was only like 13 or something. Very young. Holy cow. That started it somehow. That started the trajectory where now I'm fighting that. Okay, I got that feeling again. The room's disappearing. I don't want to go there right now.
Yeah.
I'm not
No,
going.
just know there's change happening on this planet, and everything is. It's hard for people to understand, but everything happened for a reason. Even the dark stuff happened for a reason. It's all for the awakening, and we don't. This is not the end. Our life continue in the
Right.
transition. But right now, the course we're right now, for the people here on this planet that hasn't transitioned yet, yeah, you chose to be here because you're going to be experiencing a big shift of reality happening. And our body
Absolutely.
also is going to be changing from carbon based to crystalline based. We're going to go to a
It's
higher
going to be
vibration.
it's going
Yeah,
to be very historical times that we're in. It's
yeah,
absolutely it is absolutely the, what would they call it, premium ticket that we bought to be here right now. Okay. We
yeah,
bought the premium ticket.
yeah,
So you bought the premium ticket, you might as well stay and watch the show.
yeah. And if you're in the US, you have front seat to the show.
That's right. So
Mm.
oh my gosh, yeah, that's why that poor woman. You know what? And that was another one that later on YouTube I ran into her video talking about her life. And I looked at her and I'm going, she looks familiar. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. And then I went like all the way back to that time. I said, that's her. I met her. I talked to her. That's why her sister wanted to kill herself. Is she didn't want to go along with the parents' plan. Very, very evil people. French. I remember she was French. They had come from France. I met them in Canada. And it was one of the times that my dad took us to Canada. There must have been some kind of function going on there.
Yeah.
Oh,
In Canada, there's a lot. Well, yeah, in Canada, I know there's a lot of shit happening there in Canada. A lot with the native people disappearing, especially the native women and children disappearing. They found a lot of mass grave of children in Canada. I'm pretty sure this in US too. But in Canada, I think it was the place also where the Queen of England was staying. They tied up to the Queen, and I think the Dutch Queen too, Queen Beatrix. So yeah, they're all involved in that. That's all of it is going to come to light because I know the royal of Europe, they go on hunting party on humans and children. They let them loose and then they go and hunt them and then they do the ritual. They do that every year in different place in Europe. All the royal family. So all of those things are going to come to light. Yeah, I know a lot of dark shit has been happening on this planet, but I know there's a transitioning happening and all happen for a reason.
yes. Well, we are winning, but it's not without a cost. We are it's costing some of us quite a lot. Um, it's costing us. However, we're not going to stop. Uh, yeah, that I wouldn't want to remember any of that because I was being shown. I would always wonder why I'd see these horrific things. I would get visions when I would get visions. I would get visions of wonderful things, but I would also get these. I met somebody online. See, and they were dark. They were talking about drinking quantities of blood, um, needing quantities of blood, and so on. Some of the people that I talked to in this place, in this chat that I was in, I'm pretty sure they weren't human. Okay, I'll just put it that way. Pretty sure they weren't human.
Yeah.
And yeah.
No, you have a lot of them walking around as disguised as humans. If you have your
Yeah.
third eye fully open, you can see them. You can see through their
I,
disguise.
I actually saw, it's funny because one time I went to a bar in town with one of my friends, and my third eye was pretty open at that time. I had come from some kind of a ceremony. And I walked into a bar. He wanted to go to a bar and sing karaoke because that's something we love to do. I walked in and I looked, and it looked like the Mos Eisley Cantina. Everybody was an ET of some kind, was a non-human. Everybody in the bar did not look human, like some kind of ET. And I'm there going, you see this? And he, knowing me, he's going, what are you seeing? I'm saying, nobody here looks quite human. They all look like some different version of, well, they're humanoid, but they're not human. None of them. And he goes, oh, well, that doesn't surprise me. By that time, he was used to, and it was like, oh yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, he would point out people. What about that? When he goes, yeah, that fits. That fits. Because he knew these people, and I didn't, and it was like, oh, okay. So you know about these people, their habits or characteristics that would fit with what I'm telling you, basically. So yeah, a lot of really weird things like that happen. I remember looking and going, there isn't anybody in this. I don't even see one person that appears to be a full-blooded human in this bar right now, at this sitting here right now.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, that figures. Okay, so anyway, on with the show. Uh, yeah, but that's what it's like to be me sometimes. Okay, and I'm not sure whether that was, well, it was kind of fun to know, I guess. It was fun to know it. Yeah, I
Oh
learned to
yeah.
live with it. Yeah, you learn to live with these things. Bob the
Yeah.
Physic, 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 Bob the Physic. No, I don't know.
Oh, no, never heard of it.
Hmm. Well, I do that. I do spend hours not on social media, not eating. I have been intermittent fasting. Um, Sometimes I'll fast for like a whole day, or maybe a few times it's been more than a day. But yeah, and I'll be listening. Yeah, it's amazing what can happen in that time. I'm getting some interesting stuff happening too right now. Right now, like nothing sounds right to me right now. My ears, I'm hearing a very high pitched. Okay, I
Yeah,
think I got messages coming in.
my ear
Yeah,
has been ringing. It's also ringing on the left hand side, but my ear has
yeah,
been problem too.
mostly on the left hand side, and it's almost bell like, but or almost chirp like, or I'm trying to describe it. It's not the dolphins; they sound different. Very high pitched. almost like tinkling, tinkles, like very, wow. It's a much higher octave of E, but very, very high, whatever
Yeah,
note that is. Yeah. Okay, I'm getting some messages. Okay, yeah, right in the middle of a broadcast, why not?
yeah,
Sure, all happens all the time to me. Ah, yeah, that's why I like my space too. Me too. I would not, I don't know how I would ever, ever live with somebody right now. I don't know what would happen. I don't know how I would handle it.
no, because
That,
you're not at the stage yet. Because you still have some healing and work to do on yourself before you can be with another person also on a higher frequency.
yeah, that might happen on a 2 year.
Yes, like this year, yeah. Like next year, you're gonna be in a 2 year, so that's the year you might find somebody, a partnership, romantic or business, but that will be the year to find somebody.
Okay, somebody said what? Mark the Arc Spark said that's the 5G nano programming. What? The sound I'm hearing? You think I'm hearing the nano programming?
Well, I'm not jabbed up, but I know the spike protein can jump from one person to another. But they only work
Unless
if
it's the
you,
spike protein, yeah.
yeah. But that I don't think is affecting my ear because I'm hearing it too, and pressure. I'm hearing pressure. I can feel with, you can say, guides or spirits are close. I feel them.
Oh, you're hearing
Oh,
it too, Mark. So you think there's some kind of broadcast going on right now? Yeah, see, I used to get these horrific broadcasts. Nothing I would ever want to see back when this was first going on. Back when there were these dark magicians that were in the internet environment that I was in, and I knew that it was some kind of a broadcast. They thought people would like it. They thought they were doing a service. Watch what we're doing. I looked at it later and realized that's what was happening. But for somebody who's actually a good being, it's a torture. It's a torture. Um, so, they get double good out of it. If you're really depraved, you're going to love it. If you're a nice person, you're going to be tortured. And I went to great lengths to get rid of those connections because, you got to be careful what you connect in with when you're online. And I was there's a lot I
open.
didn't know back then.
It
I
was the
know a lot
open book.
more now.
That
Mhm.
so it what that has teach you is to set boundaries and use your intuition more. Don't you think so?
I It's so loud. Could you say that again?
Oh, the experience you had online with other people, it
Yes.
it has teach you to set boundaries and you follow your intuition. You got that
Yeah.
out of it? Yeah.
Yeah, you have to follow your intuition. But yeah, I was very depressed for a while because of some of the things I was seeing and some of the things I was feeling. And I think I was feeling other people's angst and didn't know it, you know. It was just really a lot. I mean, I went through a lot to get to where I am now. I'm a lot more well balanced now and, you know.
So those all of those things have contribute to your emotional, spiritual, and mental growth.
Hmm.
So you see it
Yeah,
stronger now than where you was, right? You're now stronger in all of those compared to where you were.
I don't think that's what I'm hearing. I think this is something else because that's not the way it's making me feel. I don't feel uh it doesn't feel like it's dragging me down. It doesn't
Oh,
feel like a low vibration.
no. I set energy around me. I have energy bubble, gold light bubble I put around me for protection, for also boost the people in negative, they want to sense it. I put energy bubble around where I am so they cannot penetrate it.
Right. Me too. Okay, so I'm going to say if this is anything negative like the 5G, whatever, cut it right now. Cut it off right now. Nope, still going. So it's not that. Okay, it's not that. But I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. See, I can hear, those electronic bug chaser devices that you plug into the wall? I can
Mhm.
hear those. They bother me. So I
If
can't
you
have
put a,
them.
if you put the television on and it's on mute, I can know it's on. I can hear it. It's on, and it's completely on mute, but I can hear it's on.
Yeah, me too. And I know the first time that I had Wi-Fi installed, I think it was not a good Wi-Fi system. I had a Wi-Fi installed the first time. I knew the moment they turned it on. And then, and I come to think of it, I did get sick after it was turned on. And then later on, it happened again when I was here. They had to jury rig the Wi-Fi somehow, and it was making me sick. And I said, I just got to where I wasn't even turning it on. I wasn't even turning it on. And I kept thinking, I need some help with this. I need some help with this. And then they called me. This was weird. The internet service called me and said, have you been having trouble with your internet service? And I said, yes. And then I told them what the situation was and how they had to jury rigger it and how every time I turned it on, it made me feel sick. And they said, well, we haven't heard of that happening, but I guess since I guess it could happen since it is actually emitting waves. The guy was at least open-minded enough to say, I guess that's possible. But anyway, we want to put a new one in. And since they put the new one in, I haven't had that trouble. But I think that I had a sabotaged one put in twice. And it was making me sick. So if you're getting those effects, you might want to get things switched up because that could really make you sick. I mean, I got very sick
Yes,
during those.
with the you have the modem, but what I understand, for example, the shungite. If you put a shungite stone on it, it will transform the frequency of the modem. And another thing that's emitting a lot of frequency is the smart meter. The smart meter that also emits a big frequency negative energy. But what I understand with the Faraday key, you put around it, it can neutralize the frequency that's emitting. So this ways around it, you know. with the
Well, I
5K.
have an
It doesn't matter.
earthing pillowcase on my pillow that actually I think I'm going to hold on to right now. Okay.
I know, I know John of Max Vision. He has clothing in with EMF protection, clothing with EMF protection,
Right.
and
I
he
was
has,
making it.
yeah,
Yeah.
damn,
I
that's
still have some of the silver impregnated material to make it with. I'm
yeah,
gonna have
that's
to make some more. Yeah.
yeah.
I got
Designer
it before the
clothing.
prices went way, way up, but it was still $50 for what it was still very expensive.
It would be cool to have a clothing that's EMF protected, yeah, because depending where you are, you're being bombarded by the EMF frequency.
Yeah, if you can get outside and put your hands right on the earth, your feet or something, you can be grounded and you'll be okay.
Yeah, grounding
Can
is
be okay.
very, very important. It's good to walk outside maybe 11 to, no, 11, 15 to 20 minutes barefoot. You're changing electrons with the earth. It's good for your
Th-
system, the grounding
There's
energy.
also you can have a chain around your ankle that drags the ground. That'll also do it if you don't want to take your shoes off. It'll
Yeah,
go right up the chain. Yeah.
that's
And
true.
then there are special shoes you can get that have the plugs in them that connect you so you don't have to take your shoes off. However, some people have had trouble with that with the plugs coming out. But there are special garments you can get to help with this. Uh, yeah, that's why I want an intentional community in an earth ship. In an earth ship, you would be continually grounded. You would continually have grounding available. All you would have to do is touch a wall, touch the floor. You would be grounded always.
Yeah, I've
Yep.
seen Earthship. Earthship are good. I've seen also like mini structure pyramid houses. And also, that's also beneficial with the energy, the pyramid, and also circular form. Also, there's an energy to building a house in circular form.
Yes. And I don't hold my phone. I don't hold it. I have devices to keep it away from me. Like right now, it's in one of those little gooseneck clip things. And I also have a thing that holds it around my neck, holds it out from me so that it isn't close. And then I put it on speakerphone to talk to people because I ain't putting that thing up next to my head.
No, yeah,
Uh,
I use this a lot. Like for example, a headset, but with wire, because the new one with the Bluetooth.
Oh, are you
Oh,
okay? Oh dear, we lost him.
oh, I'm back. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
All right,
yeah,
the
you were
connection
away for a
cut.
minute.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying just about um the ones with the headset, the ones that are wireless, the Bluetooth ones, they're also emitting a frequency that's not good for your brainwave. That's what I found out. And for children, it's not good for the developing of their brain. So, yeah, and yeah, the wire is much better actually. So I use the wire and not that because it affects your brain too.
Wow, this is great. That's what I'm hoping. I'm hoping to find something like that. Ah, ha, ha, ha.
Where in America?
That's
In America, Heather? Is that in America?
wow. This is amazing. Who is a guest backstage? Oh, it says you're a guest, Alexander. You're already here. If I hit it again,
That,
you'll be beside yourself.
that's my parallel self.
That's your
Yeah.
parallel self, yeah. You want to talk about that piece of land? Okay, we'll talk
Oh,
about it.
in Illinois. Nice, nice.
Anyway. What is it, cowboy? What you're not allowed up on there. Now you've never been up there before. What are you doing there? Come here, knucklehead. Come here, Mao. What are you doing? You're not allowed there. Okay? You want down? Here you go. Okay. Okay, baby cake.
What tower? Awesome, Heather. Yeah, you should write it down, Heather. Write your desire, what you see yourself on the land, what you want to build on the land, you know. I see in the future we all having like maybe a community, different parts of US, you know, helping with the people working with on one with Earth in a group, and maybe a spiritual community doing, you know, to help with
Mm,
people overcome their trauma or
yeah, I'm
how they are
working.
feeling.
I can't wait to have my. That's where I'm supposed to. I feel like that's what I'd be moving into is something like an Earth ship, something like that. Maybe not exactly that, but something that fulfills the function of that of an intentional community that um, would be safe. I would finally feel safe. I think. I feel fairly safe here, but yet I know that there's vulnerabilities because it is an apartment building, and uh, and
Oh
it's
yeah, yeah, I can understand that, but for healing, for the body to heal, you have to
yes,
project that you're in a safe place, all is well. And
right,
for example, there's a guy that the doctor says he had a disease that's not going to survive long. And what this guy did, he went and rent a room in a hotel, locked himself there, I think, for 3 weeks or more. I think a month, 3 weeks to a month. Anyway, he was there a few weeks by himself. And what he did was only watch comedy to make him laugh. And he healed himself.
right. That yeah. hmm One of
Like,
them, there was a couple of people who did that. Patch Adams was one, but yeah, I mean, I looked into that because that's how I decided to get over my depression and stress. I decided to take natural methods, not I told them I wasn't going to take any more meds.
I know
It
for
was
depression, what they found, I read an article that magic mushroom also is very helpful with depression. Magic mushroom.
yes, I know. I'd love to try that. I hope that
I
they
think
get that.
I
I
think
hope that that
lately,
is becomes available legally.
I think in Colorado, I read that they decriminalize it in Colorado. So in Colorado, I think you can buy it legally. In the Netherlands, it was legal long time ago. They have special stores for that in the
Mhm.
Netherlands. It's called Smart Shop. You have coffee shop that's for weed, and Smart Shop is for yeah, mushroom, what they call truffles. Truffles.
Yeah, because I really think that probably is a good way. Um, we really We really have just scratched the surface of that. I think the reason that they put a stop and made all these things illegal is because they were too helpful.
Yes, yes.
I mean,
You will see a higher perspective of it, of things that you didn't see before, because you were limited with your eyesight, and that gives you a higher perspective. I read, they do the test with acid, LSD. They give, I think, 100 soldiers the LSD. You know what happened? Um, 90, I think, yeah, 90%, or was it 95? 90% of the soldiers quit the military that day and went to do something else. It completely changed their life, so they didn't do that experiment anymore.
I imagine not. It's like if you realize that all life is one, how are you going to be in the military?
Exactly.
The
Uh,
interconnectedness of everything, then you realize, oh, holy crap, what am I doing? What am I doing? Well, Mr. Important, are you okay? Okay, take care of yourself, whatever. He was where he wasn't supposed to be, but I understand why. It's okay.
learn-
Anyway, um, he had something in his head, in his mind that he had to do. I've gone to two ayahuasca retreats. Mind that believes we need all the fear and crap in the world. Yeah,
that's right, Scotty. That's true. Yeah, that's why you have to stand strong in your feet, because there's a spiritual war going around on this planet for a long time, but now it's coming to a tipping point,
they're
and
really ramping it up. Yeah.
we have to stand strong in our foot and remain grounded.
Yeah, and you know what? It's like I have noticed recently people, everything's all right, nothing's wrong, nothing big is happening, but people are anxious and want to leave and want to quit. And that's been happening to people. And I'm like, okay, that's not normal. When there's absolutely no reason to feel that way, that's an attack because, otherwise you'd be happy and you'd be raising in vibration. If you're feeling anything, if your life is going okay and normal and not, nothing drastic happening, but you want to just throw in the towel, you're being attacked.
Yes,
That you're
yes,
being sent that vibe. And you
that's
have
all.
to realize that. And when you realize that, then you can get rid of it, realize this is not mine. And then remember I gave you the tool. Who does this belong to? I send it back with consciousness attached. There are people who have to do that over and over. Sometimes I have to do that over and over again for a while to get it to go. Who does this belong to? I send it back with consciousness attached. That's a access consciousness thing. Rika and Dane taught me that it's not you. You're an unlimited vast being. Why would you be ever riddled with anxiety or fear or anything? Why would you do that to yourself? So that's not really you. And then there's the lady who was eating donuts for everybody in the office because she kept getting yeah. There are the not as dreadful stories, but some pretty dreadful stories too of people picking up on the collective or people picking up on somebody that's intentionally trying to mess you up. So,
Oh yeah, yes. And Mark, I can understand you with the throwing the towel, but don't throw it. Um, we have to keep
Mark,
going.
ask, whose is this? What, baby? What? What do you want to say? You're trying to tell me I've been on too long and you need your belly rub? Is that what you're telling me? I know.
I think something went wrong. Yeah, don't throw in the towel. I also have, because I'm a life pet 44. There's not a lot of people around 44. And I have I choose to be the 44. So I'm a
You
44
hear
8, I
me?
choose the 44. So I have a big task in front of me to do. And it's not an easy path. But the 44 has to do mostly with the mental things that have to do with the mental abuse or put down and shit like that you have to overcome. So that's for my task.
Okay. Ask. Okay, this is what I've been just try it. See if it lightens up any when you say, who does this belong to? And I send it back with consciousness attached. If it lightens, it's not really you. If it doesn't lighten, it could be you. But do it a couple times, do it a couple, 3 times, see if it does any good. Sometimes you'll be surprised. It's not you. You'll be solving everybody else's problem. That happens too, is that empaths end up trying to solve everybody else's problems. That's what I just got. I mean, I remember him saying that. It just came back to me. We are basically trying to solve everybody's problems because we think they're ours. They've
Exactly.
got to solve their own problems.
Exactly. You cannot
They
do
need to take
everybody's work.
responsibility.
They need to learn. How if you have, they're not going to learn then.
Yes, yes. Yeah.
Oh, okay, sorry, you've been, and all of a sudden, what do you think that happened that you got sick and needed to go to hospital? The last time, for example, I don't get sick much. When I was born, I was in out the hospital, but afterwards, I overcame my asthma and everything. But 2 years ago, I got like the convict, whatever it is. Um, I got the same symptoms that people got, but I got it in 12 hours. It was a horrible 12 hours. Back pain, um, eye pain, my whole face was in pain, high fever, um, and I couldn't sleep. And I didn't take anything. I was just on water and ganja. And I did one breathing technique, and I overcame it after 12 hours. It was just a horrible 12 hours. But and I lost my taste too. But that's the only thing that took, I think, 9 days to come back compared to other people after a month, 2 months, 3 months, their taste came back. And other people had 2, 3 weeks sick. So my immune system was actually very good. Maybe it was something that a test or something to overcame. But yeah, it was just 12 hours horrible, and my body started doing better afterwards. It overcame it. I didn't take no pills, no nothing, just water and the mind.
Hmm. Yeah. Because if you're empathic, you're going to be picking up. And I live in a place with a lot of elderly people. Oh, that's probably part of it. Probably part of the healing. I got to make sure I'm detached from everybody.
Yeah,
I'm going to
just
have
do
to
two things.
send stuff back constantly for a
Cleanse,
while. Okay,
cleanse,
that's what's going on.
cleanse
Okay.
yourself. You have to cleanse objects too when you receive, cleanse them because maybe they have things attached to it. So it's good to cleanse,
Right.
you know. And when you go or take a shower too, that you let the water follow you, imagine them, the water washing things away from you. I don't know.
Yeah, I love that. I love to
Yeah,
do that.
that's
It feels
also
so good. And
yeah.
then I get all these messages in the shower too. It's like somehow I get messages in the water. I could meditate. I wish I had, And I really gotta that's one of the reasons why I would be moving from here is because I want a place where I can sit in some water and meditate in water
like a
because
pond,
I don't have a bathtub here just to shower.
like a pond, a pound,
Like a
they call it.
pond, a hot tub, a pool, I don't care. Just water. I really need water. I
Water is
feel really well.
water is alive. You can talk with water too. You know,
Yes.
water has its own
I
consciousness.
when I was younger and I used to go to the swimming or whenever we went to a place with a pool, I would go under the water and I would scare my mom sometimes because I'd hold my breath for a long time and just put my head under the water. And then it was like everything was closed off and I could think. I could really think. So I'd hold my breath as long as I could and listen to my own thoughts there because everything except what I wanted to hear, which was, it was sort of like being in a little cocoon. I really miss it. I I'm pretty sure I come from one of the water planets. You know
Could be,
that's what I was reading is that if you come from a watery planet originally, you
but
really miss the sparkling clear water that you lived in, basically walked through daily, swam
this
in.
this health benefit to watching, just gazing at the water. This health benefit to it. What I saw in a study. And also with this world, this planet Earth that we're living in, Mother Gaia, this is a water world actually, because three-quarters of it is water. And what of the ocean has been researched? Not much, 5 or maybe 10% maximum. The other 90% they don't know
Mhm.
what's in it. And there's a lot of aquatic beings in the ocean too, different type of beings. In the Lake Baikal in Russia, which is the deepest lake in the world, there for sure they have encountered aquatic beings there. Um, and not to mention the mermaids. There's another type of beings, and they're different type too. They're known apparently in the higher up Caribbean, Jamaica and Haiti. They have folklore about them.
Yeah, and
But
they're kind of green blue. They're
yes,
kind of green blue color.
they're different type. What I understand, different type of them. There's one that has like humanoid body, but what I understand, yeah, the humanoid body, and when they go to their world, they shape shift and they get legs. And when they win the water, they shift and they have the fin. So those one what I understand near Haiti and Jamaica, they can shape shift and they come from their own world. So yeah, there's a lot of this planet that people have no idea about.
Right. I there's a place around here that has very clean water and you can see the bottom. And I think where I come from, it was a lot like that. I think that's a lot like what it was all over. Is the water was very clear and sparkling. You could see to the bottom. There was no pollution, and
Okay,
it felt different. It was very silky, and the water here is a lot heavier, a lot more dense. And yeah, I was reading about it as the people that come from these places. The water here seems kind of dense, but they love water, and I do. Unfortunately, here I'm not really. There's no pools. I'm not. It's a very watery place, but um, we don't have a pool here or anything. So and we don't have a beach. So there are lakes. If I could get to the lake, I could get in some water. But um, yeah, there is a lovely place um, a little ways from here that is a spring-fed quarry pond, and it's beautiful clear water, and I just loved it there. I
Spring.
often thought I could be, I wish I could spend the whole summer there and be out there every day with my feet in the water every day, swimming through the water every day. But I don't know how to affect that yet. But something like that, I want a situation like that one day. Yeah, I
You will
definitely wish I could get it.
write it down. Write it down in your manifesting journal because next year, what we do the work this year, next year, a lot of people are going to be manifesting their desire into reality. That's with the
Cool.
eight too. So, you need to work on self. Work on self and write down what your heart desire is, and everything is going to come all in divine time.
I Lady Spellbreaker, so good to see you, Heather. Hugs and thanks so much for coming. I love you. And thank you so much for the phone. It really helped me. I'll explain it to you when I talk to you. But it really helped me over the weekend because my phone wasn't working. And I was really worried if I was even going to be able to come on tonight. So
Yeah.
I'm so glad to hear that, dear. I'm really glad to hear that, love. Okay, I want to hear more about it when we talk. But you know what? I've been on for over 4 hours. And as much as I hate it, I'm pretty soon I'm going to have to close it down.
Oh yes, because if here is 1:17 a.m. right now, so it's
Yeah,
you have to go to bed in a bit. It's very late here at
it
2 weeks.
is late. It is late.
Yeah.
And we've had a wonderful time. I'm going to be on again tomorrow. So there'll be
Oh,
more time tomorrow. If you all want to come back tomorrow, come on back tomorrow and we'll talk again. But I'm going to have to close it down because it's late and I want to let our guests get some rest too because you need some too, dear. Thank you so much for being on. Wow, it was lots of fun.
it was.
Alexander, I hope you can come on. I hope you can come on at least once a month and tell us what's going on with the
Update,
number.
yeah, that's what I do. I check updates every, what's happening in this world. So I'm pretty sure in a month period I have things to talk about what that happened. So yeah, it
Cool.
will be cool for it to join you in the month period. Let's say end of July.
Yep, I guess because you told us what July is going to be like.
So
So
we'll see.
so unless you have more to say, but yeah, um, we can set you up to where always toward the end of the month you can tell us what the next month is coming up. That would be
Yeah.
very cool. We'd have it as a regular feature. That would be so cool. I'm so glad, and I'm so glad that we finally got it straightened out to where you could come on in. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I'm just so happy with the way things are going. And you guys, I love y'all.
Oh
You
yeah.
are a blessing to all of our lives. All of you collectively are a blessing. Okay, to
I
each
just
other's life and mine too.
yes. I
Because
just share my channel in the chat. My channel. Try to grow it up back again because it was closed. They closed my channel 7 times. Lucky seven. So
I
growing it back
know.
up.
Well, you ain't nobody until they try to shut you down.
Yeah, yeah. So
You
I
ain't
just share it.
nobody until they decide that they're going to shut you down. Then you're somebody.
Yeah,
Okay,
I,
love.
this is a song I was
I'm
working on. They eliminated after 30 minutes because it was too much truth. They say it was bullying, a song. So, but we'll see how I'm gonna do that. But it's gonna come good. But yeah, thank you, the ocean. This was awesome, and yeah, and everybody in the chat. Hopefully, I will. Yeah, we'll see you end of the month, and we'll see what changes and transformation has happened.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. This is great. I'm very happy. Okay, I'm gonna go. You guys remember you're
My pleasure.
divine. You are creators and you are creating this reality. Create wisely and well. And um, truth is where you find it. I hope you're finding some here. And we have some wonderful times coming up. Don't get discouraged. After there are going to be some rocky roads, but there's going to be some wonderful times too. I can see them. There will be some times that will really be worth living for. Okay. So don't give up. Don't get discouraged. Remember, there's going to be two different realities at least, and you do not have to be a part of the negative one. Okay. Um, you can choose not to be a part of that. And so far, I'm being shown over and over again. I'm going to be taken care of. I'm going to be okay. I'm going to be taken care of, whatever happens. You are too, if you ask for it. If you decide that that's what you want, you'll be taken care of too. It's a choice. Wonderful. Came in pieces, yet I leave in peace. Well, that's wonderful. Yes. Yes, Lady Spellbreaker, you can also, of course, put your links here anytime. Yes, Kimba, nice meeting you. And everybody else who I never saw here before, nice meeting you. Hope you come back. Please give us a like. Consider subscribing if you like the show, like the show. If you have some friends that might like the show, send them on over. If you know somebody that would be a good guest for the show, let me know. There's my email right on the screen, and you can get in touch with me. Okay. I love y'all. Remember to tell people you care that you care, because I know some people it makes them feel funny when I say it. The truth is, some people are leaving. A lot of people are leaving. It's for the good. They're going on so they can help from the other side. That doesn't make it any, you know, still not easy. I understand. But let them know you love them while they're here. You'll feel better later. Okay, right. Be free. That's right. Set yourself free. Yeah. Don't let yourself fall into the negativity. It happens to me too. I start feeling that and I go, that ain't me. That is not me. And sometimes I have to do things to get rid of it. Get rid of it. Banish it. Get rid of it. It's not you. That's not your, that is not your future. Your future is much brighter than that. We can talk about it, but no matter what anybody says, if you decide your future is going to be a lot brighter than that, you can create that. You can manifest it 100%. You have no idea what I've come from. Maybe slightly. I've told you some of it, only a tip of an iceberg. Let me tell you, you can get yourself out of it. Okay. Love you. Good night. Yes, we are, Kimba. I always say that every single show. We are divine creators. We are divine. We have the spark of God.